Is the image going?
Yeah. You see it?
Yeah.
Let me show a few people.
Thank you very much. No, I don't want to speak. I want to...
Morning.
That door and that door.
Just one
I don't yet. Make for dinner. Okay, do me a favor. Put your dinner tab. The check. Yeah. No, thank you. Go to where it says table is on D, that one. Yeah, okay. Just type right there, Ambassador Sobel. Telling my dad I'm gonna sit here for a second. Thank you. know everybody. I'm sure you know everybody. Really? Whole table. I don't know if there's any space, but really? Okay, right. I assume that you're here, but you're in New York. I just came on Sunday night. I did not wait for it, but I have something at 10 that I have to do. And then it's early back tomorrow. And then you'll be early back tomorrow. Yeah, but I won't be here for all of that. So you're going to be at I mean, I'll be back and forth, but I'm I mean, but you're not going to be a lawyer. I know, for that. Then I want to find yes, it refers in experience. Yes, it refers in experience. I mean, I used to know a lot of people. I met people who go here and then they go on to have things. I know a lot of young people. In Marrakesh, it's like a 2 or 3 nights, but everywhere else is very.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for coming to our second annual Summit for Countering Antisemitism. We have a full day of great speakers and panelists, as well as an evening event, and we look forward to learning a great deal. There is literally 1 week away. And maybe the most powerful declaration about anti-Semitism will be recited at every Passover Seder throughout the world next Wednesday night and Thursday night. Everyone's familiar with the statement. We say, B'chol dor v'dor, in every single generation, Omdim aleinu l'chalotenu. They rise up against us to annihilate us. And it's not just a statement about the past. The words of the Haggadah says, in every generation they rise up against us to annihilate us, which means in the future, this is what we have to look forward to. And indeed, in every generation since the birth of the Jewish nation, there have been enemies who have risen up to destroy us. But what's interesting about this statement is that we sing it at the Seder. You all know the song. Shelo echad bilvad amad aleinu l'chalos. It wasn't just one nation that rose up against us to destroy us. And then we raise our voices. Ella shebechol dor v'dor omdim aleinu l'chalos. In every generation they rise up to kill us. Why are we singing this song? And why are we raising a glass? And the answer is because of the opening words of the Haggadah, of the passage. The opening words of the passage says, V'hi she'amda, but it's the promise of God to the Jewish nation. The promise of God to Abraham when he said, your nation, your children will be an eternal nation, ad olam in Genesis. You will be a nation that will live for eternity. It's that promise that has stood by us so we can overcome all of our enemies. You know the story, there was this anti-Semitic king who heard that the rabbi has prophetic powers. So he called the rabbi and he said, I hear you can see into the future. Can you tell me when I'm going to die? And the rabbi looked into the future and he says, you're going to die in a great Jewish holiday. And he said, really, which Jewish holiday? He said, whenever you die, it'll be a great Jewish holiday. We have so many holidays because we've overcome so many enemies. And so we gather here today, not with fear, with concern, but with confidence. Confidence that as we've overcome our enemies in the past, we will overcome them in the present and the future. But we're very grateful to our friends outside of the Jewish community who have joined us. I see Chris Randolph, Skip Randolph from the Fellowship of Christians and Jews. The mayor of Palm Beach, Donnie Moore, will be here soon. She has stood up and spoken out. And many others. Palm Beach Police and Fire Foundation has taken full-page ads against the anti-Semitism that we've experienced. And as a Jewish community, we know we can't do it alone. We need good friends beyond the Jewish community. And so we're thankful for the Jewish community that is here today, and especially those outside the Jewish community who came here today to support the Jewish community. Thank you very much.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Michael Greenwald. This is my wife, Nolan, and we're so happy to be able to co-chair this event and to be with all of you today. We're very lucky to have the rabbi and such an important leader in this community and to be part of Palm Beach Synagogue. Today, we've curated an event with many different voices. This is an issue that is of one of passion, of great concern, and we are certainly at a very dangerous inflection point with hatred and bigotry and prejudice. And so rather than admire the problem, we want to attack it. We want to really come here today with some concrete action plans and a compass for solutions going forward. So you will hear from voices on both sides. You will hear from many different perspectives. And our goal is not for just, there's not one answer, there's not one panacea. Education is a key component, but also we're going to be talking about extremism on campus. We're going to be talking about following the money regarding what actually is fueling anti-Semitism. We're going to hear from diplomatic voices that have served overseas in France and Hungary and in Europe about what has happened overseas and what best practices can we learn both internationally and domestically. And we're also going to hear about how do you speak to your children about extremism and about anti-Semitism and what are panaceas moving forward. So on behalf of us, thank you for being here. Thank you for waking up early. This is an issue that needs to be addressed at all hours of the day. So we look forward to a great and active discussion today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. To get started, I would like to call up our two first panelists. To start things off, we have Morton Klein, the president of the Zionist Organization of America. Please, Morton Klein. And we also have Kenneth Marcus from the Brandeis Center based out of DC, who will be walking in shortly. So to get things started, until Kenneth comes in, we'll get started. So besides personally being named in 2004 one of the top 5 Jewish leaders, as under your leadership, ZOA has had incredible. Starting with the Wall Street Journal called the ZOA the most credible advocate for Israel on the American Jewish scene today. And the Jerusalem Post called the ZOA is one of the most important and influential Jewish groups in the U.S. today. What are you doing at ZOA that is so effective?
Well, this is working, yes? I need this? I need this. Okay. I hate holding things while I'm speaking. Well, we opened up a Center for Law and Justice at ZOA to use the courts to fight for Jews and for Israel. We got calls from a number of students shortly thereafter from UC Irvine that they were being assaulted on campus speakers who are attacking Jews in Israel. 2 students who called us said they've already transferred from UC Irvine. This is early 2000. When I went there to speak, they invited me to speak, they wouldn't let me speak on campus. They were afraid that that we'd be attacked, there'd be demonstrations. I actually have to speak off campus at UC Irvine. When we looked into the Civil Rights Act, Title VI, we saw it didn't cover Jews, only other minorities. So we decided to file an action under Title VI anyway and see what happens. We were told Jews are a religious group, not an ethnic group. Title VI of the Civil Rights Act only covers ethnic groups. We explained why Jews are an ethnic group. And then we went to work to try and change this. I went around for over a year. I got 40 members of Congress to sign a letter to the Department of Education to change Title VI to include Jews. We testified before Congress, before commissions. We wrote letters to the Secretary of Education. And I have to tell you, when we were fighting for this, I won't mention the names of the groups, the famous groups, condemned us for doing this, saying we come in with all guns blazing, we're gunslingers from the East, we're outside agitators. This is major Jewish organizations saying you don't resolve anything by lawsuits, it's by education and by communications. The Civil Rights Act was, we changed the whole situation in civil rights by lawsuits, not by education and communication. Anyhow, after we wrote a letter in March of 2010, a few months later, the Office of Civil Rights, there happened to be a Muslim woman who was the head of it, Roslyn Ali, as I remember correctly, wrote a statement saying, essentially, that Jews aren't covered. So we have since then filed numerous lawsuits under Title VI against Brooklyn College, Duke, University of North Carolina, CUNY Law, Rutgers, Northeastern, even the Fairfax Public Schools, and other places. I can tell you, I go into the details of what the issues are. I won't take the time. You understand that students are having a rough time there with being attacked, vilified, professors saying terrible things about Israel and Jews. And so we filed many Title VI things. As well, when we see any major person being appointed to a major post, for example, Temple University hired as their president, Jason Wingard, who was the chairman of the board of the Tides Foundation. That's maybe one of the most important foundations that fund anti-Israel and anti-Semitic work. And he was chairman. So I wrote op-eds against him, and he claims chairman, he never knew what was being funded. And one of the major organizations, again, defended him and attacked us for going after this person. We wrote op-eds against Black Lives Matter, a viciously anti-Semitic, anti-Israel, anti-white, anti-American charter says that Israel's an apartheid, genocidal group, that Israeli police train American police to murder blacks. And when I wrote these op-eds, 51 Jewish organizational leaders, and I will say who, it was public, by Rick Jacobs, the head of the Reform Movement, and Blumenthal, the head of the Conservative Movement, and 49 others, condemning me as a racist for attacking Black Lives Matter, and saying ZOA should be thrown out of the umbrella group called the Conference of Presidents. We did not attack Black Lives Matter because they're black. We attacked them because they're Jew haters. I mean, when you attack David Duke, you're not attacking all white people, you're attacking him. And yet this is the way the Jewish organizations responded then, and they continue to this day. We've also filed complaints about Jews who were beaten up in New York City, getting 6 months after they're beaten up. The perpetrator is getting 6 months. And we've also put a whole section in our website about the vicious anti-Israel appointments by this administration against Israel, fighting them. We have asked other organizations to join us to expose these terrible appointments by this administration. And this is not talking about people who are bad for Israel. We attack both sides whenever they're bad for Israel or Jews. And nobody, not only have other organizations refuse to say a word about Hadi Amr, who's the chief negotiator for this administration to Israel, who has said he's inspired by Palestinian intifada. Israel ethnically cleanses Arabs. We have to end aid to Israel, end UN veto. It was Maher Bitar, the head of intelligence of the National Security Council, was on the board of Students for Justice in Palestine, has led seminars on how to demonize Israel, calls Israel an apartheid state, and many, many more. And we've begged other groups to join us to get rid of these people. And not only have they not done so, but they have kept me out of meetings with officials in Washington saying, because you attacked this administration, their appointment so badly, we think it'd be bad for us to have you in the meetings with us.
Let's get
So,
into the, we'll get
that's
into
it.
the
Okay, so-
political side in a minute.
I'm done. So those are among the things and many more that we do, and we will continue to do.
We'll get into the political side in a minute, but Kenneth, good morning.
It's not
Good to see you.
political, it's anti-Israel, anti-Jewish.
And I'm not sure how well known you are here, Kenneth, here in Palm Beach, so if you could just give a little introduction of what the Brandeis Center is all about and your work before starting the Brandeis Center.
I'd be delighted to. Thank you, Rabbi. Very good to be on with Mort Klein. I always enjoy working with ZOA. Mort is one of the few organizations that when I work with ZOA, you don't insist that we be the bad cop. So I appreciate that. Since we're the ones often suing universities and other groups, everyone else wants to be the statesman. They want to be the bad guy. Mort Klein is someone who's also willing to be tough and willing to be strong. I just got in very early this morning from Portland, Oregon. Better to be here than there. I apologize that I got to this spot a little later. Well, it's music to my ear hearing from Mort Klein because I've worked on some of the same issues, but from a different perspective. Now I'm the head of the Louis D. Brandeis Center for Human Rights Under Law, not connected with the University in Massachusetts. We fight anti-Semitism through law and public policy, especially on college campuses. But 20 years ago, I was not with a Jewish organization, I was with the federal government. And I saw that there was a problem, not because the government was looking at it, but because there wasn't. I had just joined an agency called OCR. I think you were talking about OCR, I'm not sure if you used those letters or not. The U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights, or OCR. Have you heard of it? Or is it probably one of the most influential federal agencies that you haven't heard of? But if you've ever been a student in either a public elementary or secondary school, or if you've gone to college in the United States, other than at maybe a university. So I'm guessing a fair number of people here fall into one of those categories. You went to either a public school or a college or university. So it has protected your rights against discrimination based on race, color, national origin, sex, age, disability, or membership in a patriotic youth organization like Little League Baseball or the Boy Scouts of America. But what did I miss? Well, that's debatable whether I missed Jewish or not. I missed religion. But whether Jewish is nevertheless covered under a statute that prohibits discrimination based on race or national origin but not religion, that's not only the subject of my first book, but also a big part of my early career. Because when I arrived at OCR, I said, the webmaster messed up. He forgot to add religion when he was listing on the website the areas they deal with. But it turned out it wasn't the website, it was the Congress of the United States that had omitted it from the statute, Title VI, that protects students from discrimination at institutions that receive federal funds, which again is virtually every college and university in the United States, as well as all public schools, public elementary and secondary schools. So my initial thought was, well, that's weird and maybe we should fix it, but in the meantime, I think it covers Jews, because I think Jews are often discriminated against based on the perception of some sort of ethnic or racial difference. When I see anti-Semitism, it's not always based on you kill Jesus or you don't accept the New Testament. It's often based on some distorted notion of what it means to be Jewish, or perhaps the Zionist aspect of a Jewish identity, but it's not always religious. So then they made a big mistake, and they put me in charge of that agency, OCR. And so I said to my subordinates, which unfortunately for them was everybody else in the agency. Next time anybody comes into the office or calls and says that you have faced any sort of discrimination that has anything to do with religion, bring it to Washington. And the phone rings. And it's the New York office saying a Sikh father came in and said my child was beaten up and called Osama. And I said, well, take a story. I mean, Sikhism is a great religion, but there are also ethnic or ancestral characteristics to being from a particular part of the world, sharing common garb, language, etc. Based on that, I developed a new doctrine at OCR, under which if you are a member of a group that shares ethnic or ancestral background and also a religion, we will give you the same protection as if you shared those same ethnic or ancestral background but no religion. Because we can't discriminate against a group because they're religious under the First Amendment, and also because of a case we would talk about if you're interested in case you would have called Shari Tafila versus Cobb. It was based on a different statute. So I did that and nobody liked it. I realized, and other people did too, that while that case involved Sikhism, that most discrimination in public schools and colleges and universities had to do with Jews. Not Sikhs, not Muslims, not Christians, and the overwhelming amount of religious-based discrimination in America is against Jews, and we know that because of the FBI data, but we also knew that anecdotally. I also knew that as soon as I left my post, that was gone. And I'll tell you, OCR, like other agencies, has a ton of policies, and nobody likes them all. Everybody who runs OCR is a member of one of the two political parties. Half of the policies were written by the other side. You enforce them anyhow, whether you like them or not, until you decide to rescind them under a formal process. I sensed that this policy would not be one of those. I suspected that even though it didn't have to do with Israel per se, even though it didn't have to do with First Amendment per se, anytime you try to provide protections for Jewish people, it becomes controversial. The conservatives said that it was too broad an interpretation. The liberals said you're distracting attention from disadvantaged minorities. The bureaucrats said this is too much change. Everybody had a different reason for not wanting to protect Jewish students. And so the next few successors of mine didn't follow the policy, and that's why I went to a few organizations. I think Mort was telling the story when I came in. I went first to American Jewish Committee to be the convener, ADL to organize the groups. I went to ZOA. Mort has a very talented lawyer named Susan Tuckman on his staff to do the drafting, and he'll help to provide students' perspective. And it took years, but we got the Obama administration to ratify the policy.
Before we continue, you just mentioned that to change the policy at OCR, and on our phone call you mentioned a lot about how you and Mort worked together with ZOA to get this through. Just want to hear Mort's perspective on how they did it, and then we'll move and continue on how you pushed it together. On the Title VI and what ZOA did.
Well, I talked about the things that we did. We filed complaints even though it wasn't clear it was Jews were going to be covered. I went and lobbied Capitol Hill for months and months and got 40 members of Congress to sign a letter to the Secretary of Education urging that Title VI include Jews. We testified before various hearings promoting this, and we wrote op-eds all over the place. And we worked closely with Ken Marcus, and finally, in September, I think, of 2010, Rosalind Ali, the head of OCR, after you, put out a statement saying essentially that Jews are covered. And since then, we filed many, many complaints. Ken, by the way, has a superb book. It's called Civil Jews and Civil Rights, and also Civil Rights.
Jewish Identity and Civil Rights in
Civil
America.
Rights.
Thank you. Available on the MSI. This is the best picture I've ever had. Thank you.
It's superb book. I mentioned it because ZOA is covered copiously in that book, where Susan Tuckman and ZOA's work is mentioned many, many times, and we appreciate that.
My big mistake was not talking more about ZOA in my next book, The Definition of Antisemitism, or I'm sure we would have sold a lot more copies.
Well, you made a mistake. But the thing is, even though we filed so many complaints, we've had a few successes at Brooklyn College, at Duke, and UNC, even Northeastern, but many of the cases are still pending. Rutgers has been pending for, I think, 10 years. There's no push from the government for a long time now to really look into the cases where we filed these complaints, and this administration has totally stopped looking at these complaints. I mean, Cooney, the complaint was thrown out by the government, at Cooney Law School. One of the student leaders was putting out videos saying that we have to burn anyone who wears shirts with the IDF symbol on it. This video is urging people to burn students who wear these shirts. And not only we filed a Title VI complaint, not only was it thrown out, that woman, whose name I don't recall, was the keynote speaker for the Cooney Law School, despite this. Is this unbelievable in the United States of America? She should have been thrown out of the damn school, condemned, and instead she's honored. This is what we're up against. And really, I think one of the problems is the other Jewish organizations just have not gotten involved in this in any serious way in making an issue out of it. Just like they make no issue out of the vicious anti-Semites and Israel haters that are in the federal government should be making an issue out of. This is an ongoing problem. And I'm not mentioning the names, but you know the names I'm talking about.
Kenneth, would you like to explain a little bit about what your part together with COA and how you pushed through Title VI? And also you could get into the higher education program you mentioned as well. It's also Title VI, but it's a different Title.
Sure, well let me continue on the Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, since we're talking about it before we shift to any other Title VIs that could be confusing. So after my successors weren't following the policy, I was appointed to be head of, or director of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, and we established a campaign on campus anti-Semitism to raise awareness in Congress and in the public to what OCR was or wasn't doing, and started getting congressional support. One of the key things that we did that I didn't realize how important was is that we became the first agency to adopt the so-called IRA working definition of anti-Semitism. At the time it was called EUMC, because IRA itself hadn't adopted it. A number of people are nodding. Are there other people who are, well, maybe they're falling asleep. Do I need to say what IRA is? Okay. So this has been one of the most important tools, because even in 2010, when the Obama Justice Department issued a statement confirming that the policy I wrote in 2004 was legally valid, and my successor, Rustin Ali, wrote an opinion on anti-Semitism, they still didn't know what anti-Semitism was. And they were still dismissing any cases they got, including, not all the cases for OCR were equally good. So, I mean, I'm not going to name an organization that I think files a bad complaint, but I will say that I think that Mark Klein wrote a good one, or Susan Tuckman in his office wrote a good one at Irvine that was dismissed. The problem is they didn't get that nowadays, oftentimes, anti-Semitism is hidden as anti-Israel animosity, and so they were essentially paralyzed. And so what I then argue is that OCR needs a common definition, anti-Zionism, in order to exist, so you need a definition. Well, we have a definition. And I started using it when I was back as head of OCR again during the Trump administration. But it was just me using it until President Trump issued an executive order that adopted it. What it adopted is the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, or IRA, working definition of anti-Semitism. That definition, it starts with this boilerplate language that anti-Semitism is a certain perception of the Jews. But then it gives several examples relating to Israel. And the examples basically flesh out what you might refer to as Natan Sharansky's 3D test. Do you know Natan Sharansky's 3D test? Most of you saying yes, but okay. The 3D test says not every criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. Some of it isn't. But if you're not sure, ask 3 questions. Are there double standards being used? So that Israel is being criticized based on standards that are just different than what applies to other countries, just as the Jews have always been criticized under double standards. Is Israel being demonized? Not just criticized harshly, but treated as a kind of an evil in the same way that the Jewish people have been treated as an evil over the centuries. And is Israel being delegitimized? That's the third D, delegitimized. Again, not just criticized, but treated as if Israel alone among the nations lacks legitimacy as a country in the same way that Jews have been treated that way. That was what was crucial. That was what I started using early in the Trump administration and what President Trump incorporated into his executive order on combating anti-Semitism. We now have several cases that we have filed that are pending, and I think some of them are starting to move. We have filed cases against campuses that tolerate Jew hatred, from the University of Vermont to Brooklyn College, from SUNY at New Paltz to the University of Southern California, at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, a lot of them all around the country. And while I have to say that Mort was earlier than a lot of them, it might be glasses half empty or half full. You were the first to file a complaint. That is true. I was still in the government. I would have filed it, but I couldn't because I was actually receiving the complaints. Can't file and decide them at the same time. I do think that a significant number of major Jewish organizations have come around lately, and so I've been pleased that we now have a coalition that.
Thank you, Kenneth. So you mentioned BDS and anti-Israel, how that leads to anti-Jewish agenda on campus and how it affects Jewish students. But just on the topic of BDS, I know Mort and ZOA have been tirelessly working to fight BDS. Can you tell us a little bit on how you fight that fight?
Well, we have a campus department. We're on approximately 100 universities. Look, when it comes to BDS, we work with student governments to try to get resolutions passed that condemn BDS. It's been almost universally successful. Nonetheless, despite the fact that we've been successful in getting, I and others, in getting resolutions passed condemning BDS, they still really win, because the word gets out that Israel is horrible, they should be boycotted, they should be demonized, they should be isolated. So winning it is really not enough. So one of the things we do on campus is we teach kids the truth about issues concerning Israel. We teach them that to explain that there's no occupation, that there was never a land of Palestine. In fact, Palestine is a Roman word. So how could this be Arab land if it's a Roman word that is used to describe that area, which was never a country? No Palestinian kings and queens. We explain this. Arabs can't even pronounce the letter P. And in fact, Israel is essentially given away Gaza and 40% of Judea and Samaria. That's where 99% of the Palestinian Arabs live, under their own rule. They have their own media and newspapers and schools and police, so there's really no occupation. We teach them that Jerusalem is really, they're screaming always about taking over Jerusalem. Jerusalem is not holy to Muslims. One of the big lies. It's never mentioned in the Quran. When they controlled it for 19 years, 48 to 67, no Arab leader except the heads of Jordan ever even visited it. We give them ammunition to fight the lies that they get on campus, to give them more confidence, to fight BDS, and to fight against the anti-Israel propagandists. And we also explain about a Palestinian state, that a Palestinian state will simply be a terrorist state. Iran is a state, Syria is a state, Libya is a state. Are they lovely because they have states? Establishing a state, we make students understand, will only give more strength to the terrorist dictatorship, the Palestinian Authority. And finally, it's important, this is very important, we have our students go around and explain what a monster Mahmoud Abbas is. In other words, it's hard to support the Palestinian cause once kids understand that the head of the Palestinian Authority is a monster who denies the Holocaust, who pays Arabs to murder Jews. They pay Arabs lifetime pensions to murder Jewish people. And the more Jews an Arab kills, the higher their pension. And the pension is an average 5 times the average salary. It's very lucrative. We explained that Mahmoud Abbas has named hundreds of schools, streets, sports teams, children's camps after Jew killers. Dies, they have parades honoring them. They put posters up of every Jew killer in high schools and in universities. In other words, we try to make it clear that kids should understand and promote that the leader of the Palestinian Authority is one of the great monsters of the world, which makes it much harder to support BDS or to support the Palestinian cause. So those are among the things that we do on campus.
And turning to you, Kenneth, I know you're in the process of representing Ben & Jerry's in Israel. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. Let me start with the first part of your question, what we do on campus, and then I can get to what we do off campus. So on campus, we're lawyers, so we do different but I think complementary work. We train students, also professors and others, to articulate their issues in a way that resonate with administrators. So that administrators will understand that what the Jewish students are facing is not just an uncomfortable dialogue or a contentious political debate, but in many times a hostile environment for Jews. So we help to shift the debate when it's appropriate in that direction, and then we train law students to work with the undergraduate students to fight BDS from that perspective as students who know a little bit about the law, and then when that doesn't work, we sue, usually through the OCR process that I had developed and which Mort has used. But we also have felt that we need to deal with BDS off campus as well. So for example, a few years ago, one academic association after another was adopting BDS. The biggest one to do it was the American Studies Association, and we sued them in federal district court. But they were warned by some of their members, some of our allies, don't do this or you will be tied up in litigation knots for years and you won't be doing anything but defending yourself. So that stopped the academic boycott. 5 years. We'll have more fights to go, but at least 5. With Ben & Jerry's, when Ben & Jerry's said we're not going to sell ice cream in the territories, we use less polite terms than that, and we knew it meant they're not going to sell ice cream in Israel at all, because you can't engage in geographical discrimination in Israel. We sued them. We sued them on behalf of their Israeli distributor, Avi Zinger and American Quality Products, and we negotiated a resolution under which that ice cream is still being sold in Israel to this day, but the guys in Vermont don't get paid anymore for it. So that was Ben & Jerry's last year. This week, the Mizansi Challenge, which, to be honest, you've never heard of, is proceeding within the South African Rugby Association, but our client, the Tel Aviv feed, is not there. They just brought us in last week, and we are fighting before the World Rugby Association in Dublin, and also working to get other rugby unions and teams to say we are not going to participate in a discriminatory anti-Jewish rugby. And in fact, most of this weekend's matches in South Africa were canceled. We'll see. But we will fight BDS wherever and whenever it comes, and we'll do it as lawyers.
Thank you so much. Just before we get into Q&A, for those who haven't been following, a similar issue is happening now in Indonesia with an Israeli young under-20 team is supposed to be playing, I think it's a soccer tournament. And there's been a lot of protests, and I think they canceled the tournament because of locals who protest the Israeli team coming to Indonesia. So it's a global problem, but Kenneth is fighting this on behalf of the Israeli rugby team in South Africa. So we'll open up to Q&A. We'll just take 2-3 questions.
You mentioned that you filed over 100 lawsuits against universities. Where are you filing those? Are those in state? Are those in the state, or are those in the federal circuit?
It's not over 100. I said we're on over 100 campuses.
Okay.
That's
How many lawsuits you filed? Where are you filed?
I don't want to be inaccurate. Susan Tuckman is our lawyer who files them, so I don't want
Are
to...
you filing them in the federal circuit, or are you filing them in the states?
I'm really not certain of that. I don't...
So I'm I'm not gonna say you're not doing it in the other places, because you may be doing, but for the most part, ZOA is filing their cases within OCR, the agency which I ran, and we are too. So both ZOA and the Louis D. Brandeis Center are filing administrative complaints before this agency, OCR. And let me tell you why. 2 reasons. They control enormous funds that go to, because the fact is, the additional funds, like it or hate it, there is more money with the IRS. I still think it's an extremely hard case. You would need to show, especially for an educational institution, significant criminality. It's not the same standard that we're talking about with OCR when I file complaints against Vermont, just doing New Paltz or Brooklyn College, when we have to show a hostile environment. We would have to show that these are essentially criminal organizations. So it's an interesting idea, but under the current state of the law, even with IRS appropriated, very, very tricky.
Thank you, Morton Klein. Thank you, Kenneth Marcus, for coming. As we're almost at the modern day Passover, I would like to present you both a gift on behalf of the synagogue and Nolan and Michael. Present it to Morton Klein for your dedication and commitment to combat countering anti-Semitism. And present it to Kenneth Marcus.
Antisemitism second annual summit here on the beautiful island of Palm Beach. While I believe that Palm Beach is the most beautiful island in the world, we are far from immune from the hateful activities of the recent past. I'm not only honored and humbled to be among key thought leaders working on addressing the various elements of anti-Semitism, but also very thankful for these critical community conversations. It's unfortunate that in reality, those who most need to hear these messages are not yet in the room and may never actually be here. Because of this truth, it is imperative that summits like these continue to promote awareness of this critical issue. On behalf of my fellow town council members, I want to express our collective outrage regarding last month's anti-Semitic activities in our town. Such hatred and bigotry will not and should not be tolerated ever, and certainly not here on the island. Our police department worked diligently to apprehend these offenders, and they will continue to bring the full power of the law against them. They are not welcome here. As a result of this most recent and disgusting distribution of propaganda and other such despicable incidents across South Florida, Representative Mike Caruso from Boca introduced House Bill 269, which prohibits the distribution of certain materials that lead to littering, prohibits stalking of certain individuals, prohibits willful and malicious defacement, injury, or damage to certain properties, removes the minimum damage requirements for violation, prohibits the projection of certain images onto buildings or other public property without permission, prohibits interference with certain assemblies, and provides enhanced criminal penalties who commit violations while evidencing religious or ethnic animus, requires certain violations to be reported as hate crimes. This bill is now in the Criminal Justice Subcommittee, and if it passes and gets through that, it will be effective October 1st. We appreciate and are grateful for these efforts by Mike Caruso. And our town council has sent sent a letter of support to the governor promoting this particular legislation. We think it's very important. Our town council stands in solidarity against behavior that so clearly violates our town's values and standards. Palm Beach is an extraordinary place with exceptional residents, and we will always continue to work together to protect against hatred, bigotry, and other abhorrent behavior. I'd like to add on a personal note, as a woman of faith myself, I challenge myself to follow and adhere to my favorite quote from the Diary of Anne Frank, which my oldest daughter is currently reading at Rosarian Academy. And I quote, "It is difficult in times like these. Ideals, dreams, and cherished hopes rise within us, only to be crushed by grim reality. It's a wonder I haven't abandoned all my ideals. They seem so absurd and impractical. Yet, I cling to them because I believe, in the spite of everything, that people are truly good at heart." So, based on that, it is my solemn promise today to all of you here that we, your elected officials and fellow residents, will not allow the tentacles of anti-Semitic insidiousness to creep into our community. Community compassion and thoughtfulness will continue to be in the forefront to counter anti-Semitism here on the island of Palm Beach. But, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to come here today to speak to you. I hope to stay for quite a while and make some new friends. I see some old friends in the audience already. Again, as always, it is my honor and pleasure to be the mayor of the town of Palm Beach. Welcome and thank you.
On behalf of the synagogue and Nolan Michael, we'd like to present to you Mayor Danielle Moore for your dedication and commitment to countering anti-Semitism here in Palm Beach. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Okay, why don't we do a 5-minute break, get caffeinated, and we're going to come back for some discussion on extremism on campus.
Hope I'm getting up. I don't know. The next or something.
1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume in 2 minutes. We're going to resume the next session in 2 minutes, so we ask everyone to please find your seats so we can keep to the schedule. Thank you. One, two. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start the next session. Please find your seats. Once again, I'd like to ask everyone to please find your seats. Once again, we'd like to invite everyone to please find your seats so we can get started.
So we're going to get started, and for this session it's going to be on extremism on campus, and I couldn't think of a better moderator than my wife Nola.
A little biased. So we'll get started. I have the honor of having with us today former president of GW, Stephen Trachtenberg, and Oren Siegel, Vice President of the Center on Extremism at ADL. I think we can all agree, especially based on the last panel, which was a great tee-up to this one, that extremism on college campuses is a huge problem. From removing mezuzah from doors and replacing them with images of swastikas and pictures of Hitler, to the desecration of Torahs, anti-Semitic graffiti, banning Jewish students from entering student organizations, BDS activism and protests against Israel, And outright harassment, there's no denying that there's a huge problem going on college campuses. So we're going to start with you, Oren. Since ADL is studying and tracking these incidents every day, where is this all coming from? And is there something unique about a college campus and that various situational factors come together to make it a perfect hotbed for anti-Semitic activity? Or is this starting before we even get to the campus? So just kind of frame the issue for us.
Thank you for the question. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Get some energy here. So the question is, is this something that is unique on college campuses, or is this coming from somewhere else, right? And I think it's important to provide a little context to start. So first piece of context is we just released a report last week, some of you may have seen, about anti-Semitic incidents around the country, on and off campus. And we saw a 36% increase from the previous year, over 37 incidents of assault, vandalism, and harassment targeting Jews in this country last year. This is an all-time high in the 40-plus years ADL has been keeping track of this activity. Part of the data also reveals how much of this is happening on college campuses, but also in high schools. And in K through 12 schools, before people are reaching the college and university level, we saw a 46% increase in incidents happening. This includes kids, creating a Snapchat and juxtaposing an image of one of their classmates with an oven, or throwing pennies at a Jewish student. These are middle schoolers, right, that we're talking about. Then we have data on what's happening on college campus, in which you have a wide range of individuals and groups who are trying to create fear and anxiety for Jewish students on campus. This includes the folks on the left, like Students for Justice in Palestine, and other organizations who basically say, if you are Jewish, no matter what your beliefs are, you are a supporter of the state of Israel, and therefore our enemy. To me, that is classic anti-Semitism. But we're also seeing increasingly other groups, white supremacists, who are trying to present their ideas on college campuses as well. So the question is it only a college campus issue? The answer is 100% no. And so if we're going to tackle issues of anti-Semitism on campus, no matter where it's coming from, extremism and hate are not the sole domain of any one group or movement. We have to understand, where is it happening at its core? We say anti-Semitism is, you're not born with it, right? You learn it. But that also means people are teaching you anti-Semitism. And I don't know how much time you all spend on your phone. I sleep with this thing. And I know that my 11-year-old son is operating in the spaces online where anti-Semites and extremists are spending most of their time. And that is the core of where people are creating messages, creating narratives that normalize the type of anti-Semitism that we're seeing happen on college campuses. One last point. I think we often say that college campuses are a breeding ground for anti-Semitism, and it's true. We have tracked anti-Semitic incidents in the last school year on 130 different college and university campuses. But the question shouldn't be, what is the volume? The question should be, why are people believing in these concepts that are spreading on college campuses? And how do we find a way to mitigate that and win hearts and minds? And I hope that we can talk about that in this discussion as well.
Really quickly, I just want to follow up on something that you said. How much of this is anti-Semitism and how much is just hatred of Israel? And is there any data that teases this out?
Yeah, I mean, so when you look at anti-Semitism on college and university campuses, in our last audit, we identified, I think it was over 300 various anti-Israel events, right? And not all events are the same. A vast majority of those included forms of anti-Semitism. Because again, it's not just a question of being critical of Israel. I'm an Israeli. I'm critical of Israel quite a bit, right? It doesn't mean I'm an anti-Semite. But if you are using tropes if you are using the types of narratives that we know are created to isolate, marginalize, create fear and anxiety amongst the Jewish community, that often is a form of anti-Semitism. And so the percentage, it depends on the college campus, but it's relatively high. And let me ask you a question. How many times can somebody create a protest or try to isolate Jewish students from being part of some other cultural club and that not be anti-Semitism? I mean, maybe on Mars that would be, you know, not anti-Semitic once or twice. And so the connection between the delegitimization of Israel and ascribing one's opposition to that state on anybody because they're Jewish, that's classic anti-Semitism. Unfortunately, we're seeing that all the time.
So, Stephen, I want to bring you into this conversation. Before this panel, you shared with me a really powerful story about your ascension to the presidency of the University of Hartford. So I want you to share that story with everybody. And you come at this from a really unique perspective. You've been president of 2 college campuses, and I want to know from your perspective how or if college administrators, in your view today, are fueling this fire and giving this issue some air.
Well, the Hartford story is amusing, but to some extent sui generis. I was being interviewed for the presidency of the University of Hartford, and in the very last interview, where it was increasingly clear that they were going to offer me the job because everybody was smiling, one of the members of the committee said, "Mr. Trachtenberg, I hope you won't take this personally," he said, "but I'm going to vote against you." And I said, "Of course I'm going to take it personally. What could be more personal than that?" And he said, "Well, I want to tell you why I'm going to vote against you." He said, "I'm going to vote against you because you're Jewish." And I thought that was quite remarkable. I understand people doing it, but I don't understand them saying so in public. So I said, could I get you to elaborate? And he said, it's not personal. He said, it has nothing to do with you. He says, it's a reflection on this city, which I grew up in and I've lived in all my life. He says, I do not think Hartford is prepared to have a Jew as president of the University of Hartford. So I said, I think you're slandering your community. And I said, that may well have been true. You couldn't help but notice that there was a Jewish country club, a Catholic country club, a Protestant country club, and similarly a Jewish hospital, and a Protestant hospital, and a Catholic hospital. So I said, I understand that the community at one time was bifurcated, but this is a contemporary time. I don't really think that's true. He said, well, perhaps. He said, you're going to get the job, so good luck to you. And I did get the job, and he resigned from the board. So a year goes by, almost to the day, and I get a phone call from this man inviting me to a restricted country club, actually, for lunch, which I went to. During the course of the lunch, he said, do you remember our conversation when last we met? I said, I'll remember that conversation for the balance of my life. He said, I made a bet with myself at the time that you simply weren't going to be able to do the job. And I have been following you like a stalker for the past year and talking to people, and I lost the bet. He said, from what I can tell, everybody in the city thinks you're doing a great job. So I'm a man who pays his debts. And he reaches into his pocket and takes out a check for $25,000 payable to the University of Hartford. And he said, and you're the beneficiary of my blunder. And he gives me the check. So I said, oh, Mr. Davis, you really should come back on the board. That would be very important to me. He said, no, he said, I understand the civilism. He said, but I concluded I'm just out of touch, even with my own city. He said, I've gotten too old. I've viewed the appointment of a Jewish person as president through the wrong lens, and I want to apologize, but I hope the money helps. I said, well, it won't hurt. So
it's a time-sensitive story. Let me footnote it. When I went to Columbia as an undergraduate, there was a fraternity on campus called Sigma Chi. And Sigma Chi did not admit Jews. I ended up joining something called ZBT, which some of you may have heard of. Yeah, I got a brother over here. And now, subsequently, my son goes off to Yale, joins Sigma Chi, becomes the president of the chapter, goes on to become SIG of the Year, and is now the general, I mean, he's a professor at a law school, but he's the general counsel of Sigma Chi, and heavily invested in Sigma Chi, which has been transformed. Not only Sigma Chi has been transformed, so has ZBT. I went to ZBT to collect some annual meeting a couple of years ago to collect some award, and discovered that there was a significant number of black brothers. And I thought, the whole world really has changed a lot. So there's a moment here when I was listening to previous speakers when you can allow yourself to be a little depressed about the state of American higher education and its relationship to Jews. And I just want to pipe up by saying it's not as bad as you hear. I think there are significant Jews on many university campuses who are having wonderful experiences, and there's been immense progress in all kinds of ways over the course of my career and my lifetime. And while I think we have to be alert, we have to fight anti-Semitism, and we have to educate our children so that they are capable of answering the canards which are frequently hurled at Jews. Nevertheless, if this is not the best of times, it is not the worst of times.
So, Warren, based on the data that you just talked about with these sort of anti-Semitic activities being at an all-time high, do you agree with that?
I mean, I love the hope, right? I mean, it's important, but I also think it's true. I mean, I think at the end of the day, this moment in time that we're in, with rising anti-Semitism, other forms of bigotry, sort of extremism writ large, are not going to be remembered purely for the hate and the violence, but for what good people did to push back against it. And I happen to work in an organization and with people and with other partner organizations that are constantly finding ways to find hope in those who are responding to this hate. So when you take college students, for example, I mentioned that, you know, you're finding these horrible narratives about whether it's Israel or Jews in online spaces. We have a bunch of younger people who are basically content creators. Every young person is a content creator who are using their social media platforms to try to spread positive messages. So we can't ignore the efforts that are out there to actually win hearts and minds and to use the creativity of younger people in our community. You just have to look for it. And so that's why I share the hope that there is quite a bit of good out there as well.
So Oren, let's talk about what's going on at ADL a little bit. So from an organizational perspective, what are you doing right now to attack this problem? And do you think it's working?
Yeah, so I mean, the problem of anti-Semitism writ large, you know, one could look at the rise in anti-Semitic incidents and say, man, you all have failed, right? It's getting worse. But I think that by design, there's lots of activities that are happening that I think make people understand not only the challenges of how much is out there, but the opportunities to actually fight back. So I'll give some examples. There are bad actors out there every single day that are trying to reach, recruit, and radicalize people to either attack houses of worship, to put flyers on people's lawns, to go to college campuses and harass people. A lot of the work that we do is behind the scenes, working with our law enforcement partners. I can collect information, my team can, of 35 analysts and investigators, can collect information on anybody we want, whenever we want. And we share that information with law enforcement, oftentimes getting somebody on the law enforcement radar and perhaps arrested before they're able to carry out an attack. Many of the stories you will never hear because they don't happen. That is a success of the work that we are doing. I think the other type of success that in general ADL provides when we're dealing with anti-Semitism is pulling together data so that policymakers, elected officials, know what to respond to. You have to know the data, the activity in your region in order for you to come up with a plan on how to respond. That's why we are collecting data on anti-Semitic incidents. That's why we are investing in trying to understand how anti-Semitism spreads online, looking to see how it happens both in K through 12 schools and college campuses. And we also, every year, reach about 1 million students to teach them how to identify anti-Semitism and hatred, how to not be innocent bystanders, right? And stand up for people who may be bullied because of who they love or what they believe or what their religion is. I mean, these are classic lessons from the Holocaust. You don't let people be bystanders. So when you reach younger audience, and you also get the bad guys arrested when you need to, that combination, I think, is very unique. And the last thing I will say in terms of impact, it's about using your voice, right? At the end of the day, there are a lot of influencers out there who have a massive following, right? Kanye West had more followers on Twitter than there are Jews on the planet Earth. And when he's posting these types of languages, and then we see anti-Semitic incidents happening around the country that are mentioning Kanye West, or Ye, whatever his name is now, right? We are able to find ways to push back against those influencers by going after the people who are making money off of their shoes, as well, Adidas, and reminding people that you do not have to be silent in the face of the most vile anti-Semitism from the highest levels. So using our bully pulpit, if you will, I think is also a model for others on how to respond to anti-Semitism.
Let me endorse Oren's remarks. I think ADL does remarkable and imperative work. I think one of the great problems we've got on university campuses is that it's a unique constituency. It's in many ways an old age home in which young people take the part of old people, but they're nevertheless supported by people elsewhere, and they're heavily into medications. They are largely a population of people who are under 25, and therefore their brains are not completely filled, and so they are susceptible to all sorts of distinguishable points of view in one thing or another. Now the great tragedy is, in order to carry the fight that ADL proposes and that I propose, you need soldiers, in a manner of speaking, who are educated. And the problem from my perspective is too many Jewish students do not know enough about their own heritage, their own history, and are therefore vulnerable to the criticisms of other people because they don't know how to defend it. They don't know that Israel has, on at least 3 occasions, proffered a peace plan to the Palestinians. They simply can't answer the canards that are hurled at them. And so it seems to me as grown-ups, parents, we have some obligation to see to it that our children are educated about what it means to be a Jew and the history of Judaism, and indeed the history of the Middle East for that matter, so that they have the words to speak before things come to blows.
Can I just add a quick point to that? I think we also need to understand that anti-Semitism is now, frankly, a form of entertainment. It is like watching a series on TV, and it's trying, those who are promoting this sort of entertainment are trying to maintain engagement from their audience. And what I mean by that is literal. When you have organizations show up in front of a Chabad or a synagogue or a Jewish institution to harass people that are walking by, you need to understand that they are live streaming their activity at the same time. So thousands of people, not only in this country and around the world, are able to watch the programming, right, that they are creating by live streaming their activity. What they're doing is they're accepting cryptocurrency and other types of money in order to maintain this program. So for them, it is worth harassing Jewish people because it is a form of entertainment that is enabling them to raise money. And so when we talk about providing alternatives to that, we need to create the type of content in which fighting anti-Semitism, fighting bigotry, is going to get higher ratings right? Nielsen ratings or whatever it is online, in order to combat that. That means better quality content, more aggressive content, and I actually think this is where I, again, double down on this hope. You have incredible content creators that are making available this education that you're talking about, but through compelling new ways as a counter to all the hate is that online. And I think that's the place where you're going to win hearts and minds. It's not going to be necessarily in the school. It's going to be on the online platforms that the extremists that I track every single day are on, and where my 11-year-old son is on every day.
So is ADL doing anything to sort of rally these content creators?
Yes, so I've actually had the pleasure of meeting a whole bunch of content creators around the country, some who do really weird things that have nothing to do with hate or extremism, but that have millions of followers. Some of them reach out to us because, frankly, if they're Jewish, they're getting harassed, so there's an excuse to reach out to us. But we are putting together sort of a consortium of people who are creating content so that we can make available to them, here are the concepts that you need to implement in your TikTok dance, right? Or in your Facebook posts, or on your Discord chats. All sorts of platforms hopefully you've never heard of, and if you have, we probably have a file on you, by the way. Anyway, the point is that there is more of a hunger to create a community around content creation, and I think our role, not just as ADL, but as a Jewish community, is to provide them with the language and the content that they need so that they can put that education into the content they're creating. I'm super hopeful, by the way, that they're going to do a good job.
I want to make a case for balance. I remember a student coming to see me when I was president at George Washington to complain and say that the Christmas creeds, which we had hung on campus, oppressed her. And I said, listen, next week we're going to be putting up various menorahs and one thing or another for Hanukkah, and I'm not trying to suggest that to say balance, but you cannot be oppressed by Christmas trees if you live in the United States. If you're really terrorized by Christmas trees, if they're really triggering you, I got two pieces of advice. Go to Israel for Christmas and stay out of Macy's. I don't mean to trivialize these things, but I think it's important that in the process of educating our kids and in the process of preparing them, we not make them too thin-skinned. And I know the data ADL provides is as good as there is. I also think a lot of things that under more normal circumstances, if we weren't going through the kinds of times we are now, we would simply shrug off. So some kids vandalize a fraternity house, and one of the things that gets torn up is a toy Torah, and the next thing you know, it gets translated into an attack on Jews. No, it's some kids tearing up a toy Torah and splashing shaving cream on the walls. Undergraduates have been doing bizarre things for a long time, hence the term sophomoric. It's not an accident that young people go through some bizarre behavior during their freshman and sophomore and junior years in college. I don't mean to trivialize them. I don't want to write them off. I'm not making excuses. I merely think that we ought not panic when panic is not what's necessary. What's necessary is clear-headed focus.
So from being on a college campus not so long ago, I can definitely attest to the fact that students now are too thin-skinned. But then what's the line between just being offended all the time and actually being offended at something that's worthy of that feeling?
Well, it takes us back to education. You know, there's a reason why the universities have the kind of tribalism that's developed. To some extent, it has to do with the fact that they have become more pluralistic. When I was an undergraduate, again, I can only use my own life as an example, but when I was an undergraduate at Columbia, we had 2 black students in my class in college, both of whom, interestingly enough, went on to become physicians. like the rest of the Jewish kids. Today, when you go back to a university campus, you see a much more representative array, a much more representative population of students. To some extent, this has isolated people in ways that they did not. I'll give you an example. When we were undergraduates at Columbia, one day my friend Henry Evil decided to have some fun with the rabbi. And so he wrote a letter, which he duplicated, signing the rabbi's name to it, and which he duplicated and distributed to the campus, giving everybody a waiver for Rosh Hashanah so they could go to the Columbia-Yale game. Well, that was hysterical at the time. Today, it'd be counted in the ADL data as something.
That's not true.
I just think what's happening is, as other groups are identifying themselves and coming together, we're seeing some bizarre things going on college campuses. So I am old enough to remember when if you said you wanted to have a black dormitory on campus, you would be considered a representative of Wallace, Governor Wallace, and that would have been seen as evil and bad. Frankly, I still think it's a terrible idea. But you'll get campuses where black students say they feel isolated, they want to bunch together, they want a black commencement, black alumni associations, and the result is that other groups follow like them. And so you see other ethnic and religious groups isolating themselves from the greater whole, rather than coming together as people of a particular university and seeing themselves as part of some greater brotherhood. We're going through an interesting time, which I think at the end comes out with a stronger and better America. But it is undoubtedly an extraordinarily challenging time, and particularly difficult for Jews. You know, you look at this room and you have a sense of a lot of us. But the truth of the matter is the number of Jews in the country, in the world, is statistically so small that I take great pride in the fact that somebody thinks we're taking over something. The diamond industry, MGM. I think we ought to say, yeah, we invented movies. You know, I don't think it's a terrible thing that a lot of producers in Hollywood are Jewish. I think it's something we ought to be happy about. And criticism by a Michiganer like Yee, it seems to me, a criticism by a Michiganer like Yee. And Whoopi Goldberg makes the mistake of confusing whether Jews are a religion or a race, and everybody comes down on her. Whoopi Goldberg isn't evil. She's just not very smart. I mean, she's a comedian, for God's sakes. Who goes to comedians for their politics? So I think the Jewish community has a role in circumstances like this, but it's largely taking Whoopi out to lunch and explaining to her where she was wrong by embarrassing her in front of an entire constituency and making it a public issue. It seems to me we push Whoopi into a corner in which she sort of has to defend herself. Now,
I want to bring Oren back in here. So
Stephen, I hear what you're saying, and you know the sort of not having what people call snowflakes, or you know having thick skin, I think is important. But I think you need to familiarize yourself with a little bit of the data at ADL. We're not counting people who are tearing up toy Torahs. Although I will tell you, if somebody targeted a toy Torah explicitly, I might want to count that, because why would they be doing that? But we're talking about assaults, vandalism, and harassment. These are much more serious, not always crimes, but incidents that I think give a snapshot of what many in the Jewish community are feeling. They're feeling vulnerable. They're feeling vulnerable because more and more people are able to target Jewish communities where they live or where they're spending much of their time online. I don't think that's something that we can dismiss. And in terms of the humor and understanding, there is of course a place for humor. I had a conversation, just as an example, prior to the pandemic here in Florida at a Jewish school. And I was talking to these students about the types of content that circulate online. I'll tell you, Holocaust denial memes or images, those that minimize what happened in the Holocaust, are very popular in online spaces. And kids are sharing it because they think it's funny or ironic or tongue-in-cheek. And I asked students at this Jewish school, what would you do when you see these types of memes? And one of the students said to me, oh, I share them with my friends. I think they're hilarious. So when I hear that, it's precisely because of the lack of education that is there that they think that type of anti-Semitism is funny. And so I think it's up to us to actually take it seriously. We don't have a luxury to ignore that. Because at the same time that somebody thinks sharing a Holocaust meme is funny, they may not know who created that. And so there we are telling them, well, do you know that a neo-Nazi or an anti-Semite created this type of content that you are now sharing amongst your friends because you think it's funny, essentially doing their bidding for them? So I don't think we have a luxury to minimize some of those slighter sort of examples of anti-Semitism, because at the end of the day, especially in an online space, one of the results is people no longer recognize what anti-Semitism is. And to me, I think that's the bigger risk than perhaps what it sounds like, maybe overreacting to some examples when they occur.
So how do I agree with you? How do I agree with you and still tell you that I thought Springtime for Hitler with Mel Brooks was funny?
I think everybody thought it was funny.
Well, so that's my point, is that we above all, need to be rational and clear-eyed and clear-minded about these kinds of issues. On the one hand, we need to recognize anti-Semitism for what it is, when it is, but we ought not to let it drive us into a situation where we interpret everything as anti-Semitism in an effort to enhance our case.
We should take some questions from the audience. I'm sure there are.
Thank you. I'd like to address this to Oren. How do you respond to what I think is a well-founded criticism of ADL, that their focus is largely on right-wing anti-Semitism? You mentioned, for example, Students for Justice in Palestine as a left-wing organization. It's not. It's part of the Muslim Brotherhood in this country, which has been documented. And the lack of looking at, or at least whether it's a lack or just lesser looking at Muslim anti-Semitism, black anti-Semitism, and left-wing anti-Semitism seems to be still an issue, for me at least, with the ADL.
Yeah, so, I'm aware of that perception. I would ask people to visit the ADL website and see the types of materials that my team in the Center on Extremism at ADL has provided on not just groups like SJP, but groups like American Muslims for Palestine that created and helped embolden SJP, or our work on organizations like CARE, or the years of ADL being the #1 organization speaking out against Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam, and the Black Hebrew Israelites, or how many people my team has actually put in prison who were motivated by ISIS and Al-Qaeda. So I think it's a very, convenient narrative for folks who want to attack ADL to turn a blind eye to what we are actually doing. We are fighting anti-Semitism. I don't care where it comes from. Anti-Semitism is not political. It's on the left, it's on the right, it's in the middle, it's from green people, yellow people, it's from everywhere. I don't have a luxury as somebody who has dedicated their life through ADL to protect the Jewish community to ignore any form of it or not. And I just ask, for those who believe, thank you, that we are somehow being soft on any form, just visit our website and educate yourself on our long track record of doing this work. I think it's, frankly, it's time to get over that narrative and find some other way to attack ADL.
So the following the money part and the cryptocurrency backing this group that's in Florida, you know, it's not a hillbilly group with some beer drinking pokey people. It is very clearly funded. There was a drone on the island that was a very expensive drone on a flatbed, 2 doors down from a house that was targeted because there was a funeral procession with Mogan Davids in it. So when President Trump was in, he was able to coordinate all the different departments of law enforcement for many reasons. How is the ADL helping that coordination, and are there point guards within the structure of this country now that is being fed all this different information?
Yeah, so with law enforcement in particular, we, in 2022, provided 1,800 law enforcement assists. What that means is information about threats, actors, groups, organizations that pose a direct threat to the Jewish community and others. And we are working consistently with DHS, FBI, local, state, and federal law enforcement all the time. It is literally part of our everyday, why we have expanded as a group. Part of that also to identify how are extremists and anti-Semites raising their money, right? That's a big way to try to stop these organizations, is to go after their money. And as an example of how we have doubled down in that space, we have a partnership with PayPal, right? An organization, if you all use PayPal or Venmo, that is essentially embedded to analysts, financial analysts, within the Center on Extremism. Their job is to track cryptocurrency across nations, right? Across borders, to see how extremists are raising money. Then we provide that information to prosecutors, attorney generals, and law enforcement so that they can find ways to try to mitigate that threat. At ADL, we're not carrying guns. I can't arrest anybody, but I know who my partners are to share the information, excuse me, to show the intelligence that we are gathering every day, and we are seeing the results. We are seeing websites being shut down that are allowing extremists and anti-Semites raise money because we are flagging it. We are seeing people being arrested because we're providing information to law enforcement at critical stages. And so, I think your question about cryptocurrency is huge. It's kind of a brave new world. But we are literally building a team to double down to see how, by the way, not just how the Goyim Defense League, right, this anti-Semitic white supremacist group named after ADL, so we're doing something right there, but also how the SJPs and the Nation of Islams and the ISIS groups are raising their money. And we're going to continue to provide that with government and law enforcement.
And the next panel is also going to be on the funding, so this is a perfect time, but next question.
Well, speaking.
Okay, we're talking about anti-Semitism, and I want to make clear part of the definition should be anti-Israel, because we have people here that are not Jewish, that try to support Israel, sitting at this table, that when their children go to college and they try to defend Israel amongst their fellow students, they get attacked too, and they are not Jewish, but because they are saying something positive for Israel. So the anti-Semitism has got to be, it is not just something that should be like, well, we have to have thicker skin. It is real, it is increasing, and they will take a finger, then they will take the arm, and then they will take the whole body. And we can't act like it isn't something that, oh, it's just a trend. Because it isn't, and it's getting worse because we look at it like we really don't understand what's going on out there. If you can say that it really isn't that bad.
I have a question for Steve Trachtenberg. Steve, over here. Yeah, you started to suggest, how Jewish students should go into college and be better prepared. Could you expand on that and perhaps talk, maybe to parents who might have kids that are going to college in the next few years? How should they be preparing their kids to encounter this?
Well, it's hard for anybody to tell other parents how they're going to bring up their kids. I can only tell you that in my own case, concerned about passing on even more than I myself personally knew, I sent my children to Jewish day schools. And I feel that helped to educate them in ways that is likely to have them as members of the Jewish community in an enthusiastic and committed way throughout the balance of their lives, and also allowed them to be spokesmen and advocates because they knew what they were talking about. I'm a great believer, for example, in having kids learn Hebrew. I think if you can speak Hebrew, you're going to understand. Interestingly enough, just by that, you're going to understand not only your own Judaism and services, but Jewish politics in a strange way. But I want to put a footnote on this. I don't think I have any obligation, or Jews in America have any obligation to be more pro-Israel than the Israelis. And so what we see if we look at Israel, even in these extraordinary times, is a democracy at work. I don't happen to agree with some of the things that the leadership in Israel presently advocates, but it's clear to me that there's a significant number of Israelis that don't agree, and the result of their initiatives in democracy has resulted in the administration the other day saying, okay, you got my attention, I'm going to pause doing what I was thinking of doing and let it work itself out in a political way which allows for the participation of the citizen. I don't think it's Israel right or wrong any more than I think it's the United States right or wrong. I feel free to speak up and say I like things about my government and about and there are things I don't like about my government, and I think that's true of Israel as well. Now, I am very committed to Israel. My mother grew up there. I was married there. I gotta put the cherry on the top. Alan Dershowitz was my best man. So I don't feel that I'm vulnerable on saying that I go to Israel when I can, and I love Israel, and I've got family there. But I don't think that I have to salute every time the Israelis want to do something. I think, again, you're quite right. There are people who are exploiting criticism of Israel as an excuse for anti-Semitism. And we need to call that out when we see it.
So I think we're going to end it there. Thank you both so much for coming. You both made my job very easy.
Thank you both for coming. We would like to present to you to Stephen Joel Trachtenberg for your dedication committed to countering anti-Semitism, the book of Haggadah that we're going to be reading next Wednesday night. We'd also like to present to Oren Siegel for your dedication and commitment to countering anti-Semitism, and Haggadah as well for you to use this book.
To the next panel, and we discussed the laws regarding the funding of anti-Semitism. So I'm going to welcome Jason Blazakis to the stage. Jason was the head of counterterrorism at the State Department. We're going to get started, everyone, so we can. Started in the next session right now. So I want to welcome Jason Blazakis. Jason was the head of counterterrorism at the State Department and a close colleague of mine when I was at the Treasury Department and we were working to disrupt terrorist financing and Jason led the counterterrorism efforts regarding going after terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda, like ISIS, like Hezbollah. So I couldn't think of a better person to have here today to talk about truly where is the funding coming from. We heard about digital assets, there's many different forms. I want to really go into this issue with Jason, so Jason, welcome, and it's great to see you.
Great to see you all. I actually brought slides. In defense, my graduate research assistant, a professor by day, developed an awesome infographic, and it was one slide, but I was told that it was so small that we had to break it into 4 slides. So if nothing else, after the summit, you'll remember me as the slide guy. And Michael's right. I spent my entire career in the government responsible for sanctioning bad actors. And I don't mean Pauly Shore or Steven Seagal. I mean groups like ISIS, groups like Hamas, individuals within organizations like Hamas. And one of the most important things I found from my government experience was the best way to counter terrorism and extremism is to staunch the flow of funds to these organizations. Because with those funds, bad actors, whether it's ISIS or it's a white supremacist group, can fund their misdeeds. And I'm not just talking about their attacks, but as well the proliferation of their propaganda. So in these 4 slides, which I'll speak to very quickly because I'd love to have a conversation not only with Michael, but with all of you as well. And because I'm from New Jersey, I can talk really fast. You know, it's a trait New Jerseyans have. There are a bevy of ways in which bad actors fund their nefarious activities. The cycle of terrorism financing is really fourfold. Terrorists raise money, they move money, they store their funds, and they use their funds. If we can go back to the first one again, raising funds. There was a question about cryptocurrency. I really put that in the number 2 or 3 bucket of the slides I'm going to show you. But in a wake of the conversation that Warren and Trachtenberg just had, the crowdfunding has been a significant fund of extremist financing, particularly within what the U.S. government calls the milieu of racially, ethnically motivated violent extremists, REMD for short. And here particularly talking about neo-Nazi-like organizations that are based in the United States. And there was a time, about 5 years ago, where mainstream crowdfunding platforms like Kickstarter, GoFundMe, were allowing for the transactions to move associated with neo-Nazi actors. And then the payment processors started taking action, perhaps in some part because of the work of Warren and his team at ADO that he referenced, working with payment processors like PayPal. But these actors, these bad actors, particularly neo-Nazis, in which I spend a lot of my time studying these days as a professor and as the director of my own center at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies in Monterey, where I work, they were very creative. They created parallel crowdfunding mechanisms. They created one called GoFundMe, which was obviously very anti-Semitic. They created one called Patreon to fundraise and to receive donations. Donations are a significant way in which bad actors fund themselves. As an example, in the United States, it's very difficult for the U.S. to counter legally neo-Nazi groups, and we can get into a conversation about that.
Let's actually stop there for a second. So we worked very hard on going after Al-Qaeda post 9/11 and all the extremist groups, and most of that was we froze money in banks. That was the pre-9/11 mindset, was terrorist groups move money through the formal financial system. Post 9/11, we've seen a trend of money moving outside of the formal financial system. Al-Qaeda has moved money through Hawala, which is a movement of money without any trail. Are we seeing the same kind of trend here, and why is it so difficult to go after this type of funding in the United States?
So I'm glad you asked. I thought maybe the audience would have the opportunity to ask. In the United States, the Department of State and the Treasury Department primarily have legal authorities that allow them to use tools available to them, namely sanctions, to go after actors who are using the formal financial system to carry out their transactions. There isn't a legal mechanism for
the State Department really, or the Treasury Department, unless there's a link to a designated foreign terrorist organization, to go after US-based organizations that may be availing themselves of the mechanisms you see here and many others that allow them to raise financing. And there are a lot of reasons for that. Some of them are good. One is the First Amendment, for instance, the freedom of speech. The concern that if you were to sanction domestic-based groups, that would have a result of stifling one's ability to speak. And there are other reasons as well. But that is one of the chief reasons. I mean, if you look at the State Department list of foreign terrorist organizations, just as one example, to specifically answer your question, Michael, most of the groups on that list are groups what I would characterize as Salafi jihadist groups. I'm talking essentially ISIS and Al-Qaeda. There was only one group designated under Executive Order 13224, which is a shared legal authority the state and treasury departments have to sanction individuals and organizations that would meet the litmus test of being essentially a radical right-wing group that has neo-Nazi sympathies. And that was a group that was designated by the Trump administration on April 6th of 2020. It was a group called the Russian Imperial Movement. So that is one example. It was a foreign-based group of where we saw essentially the US government using its sanction tools to go after an actor that had neo-Nazi sympathies. And I worked in the US government for 20 years, and I will say, in my experience, not once did my office actually designate a group that's a neo-Nazi organization. We were primarily focused on ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Hamas, Hezbollah as our primary focus.
Are the neo-Nazi groups, are they following the same tactics as ISIS and Al-Qaeda? Are they moving money in the same ways? Are they radicalizing using the same types of videos and content?
So when you look through these slides, you see it says extremist financing, how it works. You know, my graduate research assistant first put down radical right-wing financing. And I said, no, because essentially what I see with groups like ISIS made great effect of using social media to raise money, to essentially push individuals who are following them on Twitter or Facebook to go to crowdfunding sites to provide money to them. And we saw groups like Jabhat al-Nusra do this, which is an Al-Qaeda associated group in Syria. Just the same thing we're seeing with right-wing actors. Now, in the defense of social media companies, they did start taking action very slowly against ISIS. They also have taken action, even though there aren't US designations against right-wing groups, against some of these actors. For instance, groups like the Atom Waffen Division, which means Nuclear Weapons Division. It's a very far-right group that has roots in Florida, in fact. The founder of the Atom Waffen Division, a guy by the name of Brandon Russell, a Floridian, and recently made news again because he was released from jail after serving a very light sentence, and then was arrested for plotting an attack in Baltimore.
So I guess if we have sanctioned Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Hezbollah, Nusra, and onward, if we use the same authorities, whether it was a Republican or Democratic administration, against the groups in the United States, would that make a dent in the problem?
It would make a dent, but there would need to be an underlying legal reform to allow for those kinds of possibilities to occur. And some of you may see in the handy spiral notebook, there are a number of recommendations that I recommend. I don't recommend explicitly designating domestic groups for a lot of reasons, but a lot of these domestic-based groups have foreign connections. And designating those foreign connected groups, for instance, there is an Atom Waffen Division in Deutschland, there's an Atom Waffen Division based in Ukraine, there is the Sonnenkrieg Division based in the United Kingdom, there's a Führerkrieg Division based in the Baltics. All of these groups are foreign-based, but they have connections to US-based neo-Nazis, and these connections are very strong. So if Treasury or State Department use these legal authorities against foreign-based groups, that would open up avenues to go after individuals that may have connections with those foreign-based
So let's unpack that for a second. So US groups, US individuals have foreign tentacles, whether it's radicalization or getting funding. So where is that coming from? We're going to hear from 2 US ambassadors, 3 US ambassadors in a little bit about what's happening overseas. Where are these foreign tentacles, and are we as a government going after them?
So the foreign tentacles are unfortunately quite broad, particularly in Europe. And just to give you just one anecdote, there's an organization that was known as the Rise Above Movement, RAM for short. They were founded in Los Angeles. They're a bunch of white supremacists who are engaged in Fight Club activity. The founder of that group, a guy by the name of Robert Rondo, essentially left the United States because there was a warrant for his arrest, and now he's living in New York. But what he was doing is he was actually fundraising for his organization by convening fight clubs in places like Ukraine before the second conflict that we saw began in 2022. That's just one example where we see that. Merchandising, you see on the screen here, is another way. Individuals that are far-right US-based actors are selling their merch on major platforms. It would take me 2 minutes to go to Etsy and Amazon and find merch that is associated with neo-Nazis. Obviously, merchandise can be sold anywhere now with globalization. I would like to move to the second slide, just to put your eyeballs on that as well. Moving funds is pretty important. And in a lot of cases I've seen, Michael, is the use of cryptocurrency to fund bad actors. Who's heard of Andrew Anglin? He's a head of an organization known as the Daily Stormer, a neo-Nazi propagandist, essentially newspaper. Who's heard of Tanya Gersh? Tanya, a Jewish woman living in Montana, essentially became subject of an online attack by someone by the name of Andrew Anglin. Andrew Anglin essentially directed his troll army of neo-Nazis against Tanya Gersh. Long story short, he has funded himself over time through cryptocurrency. To the point where if we move to the third slide, I know I'm moving quickly, but these can be made available. I'm a pretty accessible person. Bad actors also store their funds via cryptocurrency. Andrew Anglin has reportedly made millions of dollars in cryptocurrency. Tanya Gersh successfully sued him, just as you've seen the Unite Right rally organizers being successfully sued. But unless you know where their money is, as Michael knows, you can't really do much about it. You can win these judgments, but unless you can actually seize those assets, you have a problem. She won $14 million, Tanya Gersh, against Andrew Anglin. Guess how much she's seen so far? Zero. So it's one thing to win these lawsuits, and that's a very important mechanism to go after these actors. But it's another thing to collect the judgments.
So let's talk about the money. So 9/11 cost $500,000 that Al-Qaeda raised. The bombings in London, I believe, cost less than $500,000. The bombing in Boston at the Marathon cost even less than that. These attacks do not cost very much money. So how much money are we actually talking about? And to push you a little bit, how good is the data on these categories that it's real estate? How is this money being moved? And if you were back in the Situation Room at the White House and you had a recommendation to the authorities, what would be your recommendation for us to take action rather than just admiring this issue?
Yeah, so that's one thing about summits I think is very important, is that at the wake of a summit, it's great to hear from people like me and hear from the other presenters, but what do you do about it? What can be operationalized? And there are things that can be operationalized. You can put pressure on your members of Congress, and put pressure on the executive branch to designate some of these actors I had mentioned very briefly that are based overseas. And that can actually provide the legal avenue for more collection by the United States intelligence community and law enforcement officials to go after these kinds of organizations. That's a very practical thing. President Biden said he got into the race, those of you that remember, because of Charlottesville, Virginia. And you remember the chants from Charlottesville, Virginia, but yet the Biden administration hasn't sanctioned one racially or ethnically motivated violent extremist group or a group that has neo-Nazi sympathies. To me, that's a problem, but you all have the power of influencing this discussion by speaking with your members of Congress. That's one practical thing, because unless these designations, which provide the legal hook for action, actually go on the books, it's very difficult for the government to take action. Otherwise, it's up to you and civilian organizations to combat this challenge from the long term.
So Congress was very bipartisan in going after Iran, as you and I both remember, multiple Iran sanctions to go after the proxies there. Why hasn't there been a similar effort on either side, on both sides, to take the same passion, same enthusiasm to go after this type of funding. Because as you remember, it took the Patriot Act, which was passed after 9/11, did not get enacted until 9/11. So there seems to be a trend that we are reactive as a country. We are reactive as a society. What can we do proactively, and why hasn't there been more action?
So there's been very little action on the front to try to follow the money, at least based on what we can see in open source information or in the newspapers. And I think there is an element of partisanship as it relates to this challenge. But I will say that I testified to Congress recently to a group called the Helsinki Commission. It's a bicameral body, has senators and representatives within it. And it was on this organization known as the Wagner Group. Who's heard of the Wagner Group? See some more hands here than Tanya Gersh or Andrew Anglin. Wagner Group is a Russian private military company. It's called the Wagner Group because the operational leader within the Wagner Group is a sympathizer of Adolf Hitler. He literally has tattoos on his left collarbone that are SS tattoos. So I testified on this group, and both senators and representatives from both sides of the political aisle were very interested in considering designating the Wagner Group as a terrorist group. The Biden administration hasn't done this yet. I hope they do. But to me, I don't want to lose hope on the possibility of bipartisanship on these issues because Congress, Republicans, and Democrats are very much seized with the activities of this organization that was essentially operationally founded by an individual with neo-Nazi sympathies. Can we go to the last slide very quickly? And I want this to leave this slide up on how terrorists use money. Michael mentioned that Al-Qaeda costs about $500,000 to carry out. About 60% of it, according to the study by the 9/11 Commission, passed through the U.S. formal financial system. Terrorist groups that are designated use the U.S. formal financial system to this day. And their attacks, they don't cost a lot, as Michael mentioned, but they always will cost something. And that's why taking action against the financing of these groups is so critically important. But the attacks themselves are just one piece of it. You might not be able to see, but propaganda, for instance, is a way in which terrorists use their money to recruit members into their milieus. We can't underestimate the importance of that. And there was a study done about 15 years ago about how terrorists use their money. About 90% of it or more is used for administrative costs, non-operational costs. So in that sense, it's very important to stop the creation of future terrorists by actually going after their purse string. Because it may not just stop an attack, but it actually may stop somebody from joining the fold of becoming the next neo-Nazi.
So I want to take questions, but I have one last question for you. We're in a very perilous time where there is not as much unity as there was after 9/11. I remember fondly that everyone had flags. We all put it on our cars, we all wore lapel pins. Are we at a point where, as Oren said, we're watching this show, and what happened in Tennessee yesterday is just tragic. But it seems to me this is happening every month. Are we going to need another large attack for there to be real action, real reform? Or is this just going to be continuous? Given that you worked on so many counterterrorism incidents when you were at the State Department and you saw this, and sometimes you can almost become numb because you see it over and over and over again. What do you think it will take? And collectively, this is a group of individuals who are here today that are doers. We really want action. And what do you think it will take, Jason?
So I wrote a piece about 2 years ago for the Washington Post about the next 9/11, and I see that as a domestic-oriented attack. And if you go back even further in time, many of you probably remember Oklahoma City. That's what really energized the U.S. government to start thinking about how it could use sanctions, actually, against bad actors. So those were major events. You mentioned 9/11. Before 9/11, the United States government wasn't really thinking about Al-Qaeda in a really serious manner. The FBI is famously briefing, essentially, the Bush administration in the weeks in the lead up to 9/11 about environmental extremist organizations and animal rights extremist organizations. So unfortunately, the US government, as you said, Michael, is very reactive. And the only way to avoid them acting in that reactive measure is for the people who vote for the politicians to be proactive in flagging these issues to their members of Congress. Otherwise, the US government, quite honestly, has forgotten about terrorism. You know, the focus of the US government, national strategic focus, is on big state powers, Russia, China. I think that's going to be a mistake. I've seen assets, essentially, the US government has moving out of the realm of counterterrorism to other issue areas. And I think that's going to make the United States essentially weak in the context of trying to respond to these challenges.
It seems to me like we need to do both, because pre-9/11 we were focusing on big countries like the Soviet Union, and it seems to be that we need to not only go after great power competition, but also radicalization in all forms. Jason, this was incredibly helpful. I want to take a few questions from the audience. Over here. Irv?
Thank you. Thank you for what you're doing. Thanks. Great question. Eric Rosenberg. I'm originally from Belgium. I've seen the damage that the Muslim Brotherhood is doing in France and Belgium and Europe. They are on the list of terrorist organizations, the UAE. Why are they not on the list of terrorist organizations here in the US? What would it take to have that?
That's a great question. So there are a lot of reasons, particularly as it relates to the legal criteria. You know, the Trump administration said that they were going to designate the Muslim Brotherhood, and they did not. Part of the reason is, I think, the legal criteria makes it very challenging to designate foreign terrorist organizations that are not necessarily organizational, but broader in the sense of movements. And this is where I think Congress needs to step in and change the underlying law. The law that allows for the State Department to designate foreign terrorist organizations is very narrow. And it really take into account the way in which groups become movements. And I think this is a deficiency that Congress needs to remedy. So the law was created in 1996. It was amended in 2004. It is very old. So this is another, I think, weakness as it relates to the posture of both Democratic and Republican administrations to go after movements that become, in a way, transcendent of groups at an organizational level.
We'll take two more questions. Irv?
Jason, thank you for being here, and most importantly, thank you for the important work you've done and continue to do. I'm curious about your thoughts about the Taylor Force Act and the degree that it's not being implemented by the United States.
Which act?
Taylor Force. The act that... Taylor Force.
I'm not familiar with the Taylor Force Act.
The Taylor Force Act is the act that was passed in 2018 and signed into law by President Trump, that basically says as long as the Palestinian Authority pays terrorists to kill Jews, the United States will not provide any support to the Palestinian Authority. And I think most of us are aware, some people are aware, that the United States is abrogating that. They are not following that. They're giving support to the Palestinian Authority, as they continue to do, in my opinion, is the most anti-Semitic thing that they could do, which is to pay people to kill Jews.
So there are, as a general rule, I say, many acts and laws that have been passed by Congress that have not been implemented by the executive branch. Specifically in this case, State Justice Department would be on the hook to do this. I will say, generally, it's been my experience as someone who used to work in the State Department that anything as it relates to foreign policy, where Congress tries to engage with the executive branch and mandate executive branch responses, is met with a lot of resistance unless senators and members of the House of Representatives actually start calling individuals to testify to understand why. There hasn't been implementation of the underlying law. So it's going to be incumbent, I think, of the U.S. senators, members of the House of Representatives, to call State Department and Justice Department officials essentially before their committees to explain why that's happening and why it's not being implemented, and what are the actual actions Congress can take if they find this to be the case. Congress has a lot of power as it relates to the purse string for these executive branches. They can withhold money, they can stop political appointments, These are things that we've seen in other contexts being done in the context of members that are upset with executive branch inaction.
Last question.
Hi, Ida Benaroch. I have a question. Do you think part of the issue that we're having going back to the school shootings is because we're not addressing the mental health issues in this country? We're using schools and prisons as mental institutions. Going back to how we can work on it, do you think Congress should invest more on resolving the issue with mental health?
Absolutely, great question. And I will say, I primarily specialize in understanding the ideology and financing of bad organizations. And I will say, in terms of fighting extremism, it's one thing to put sanctions on the books, right? It's another thing to think about the challenge in a systemic manner. And I think it does come down to educative solutions in this space. It's about, for instance, understanding one's digital identity. One of the conversations that just happened is thinking about how bad actors recruit in online spaces. There is just a paucity of information and scholarship and expertise at the high school and elementary school levels for individuals trying to teach young people about how they can be manipulated through, say, the use of irony or sarcasm online. How many Pepe the Frog memes have I seen out there in the dark corners of the internet that seem innocuous, but in the end they're deeply rooted in anti-Semitism? So to me, it's these education challenges that we have to address, the mental health challenges that we have to address. This is not a challenge that the United States is going to be able to use kinetic forms of action, like drones, for instance, to solve these solutions, solve these problems. That's not going to be a proper or adequate solution to the problem. The United States is very good at using those tool sets against groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda. It's not something we can use here, and this is why I think we're struggling with this challenge in the United States, because we don't have the same kind of toolkit. And let's be honest, where we spend our money as an executive branch, we spend our money with the Pentagon. And I was just at a meeting in Doha, Qatar. The former Secretary of Defense, acting for the Trump administration, said he would cut the Pentagon's budget by 50%. And where could you reallocate those funds? Towards education, health, human services. These are executive branch departments that are perennially underfunded.
So Jason, just to close, and we're going to have a panel later about how to talk to your children about extremism and anti-Semitism, which is critical, and so I very much appreciate your question. Jason, you're now a professor, and you deal with students every day. And when you and I were growing up, we wanted to go after Al-Qaeda and ISIS's money. How are you now teaching your students to go after this type of funding? And how more creative do we have to be as a workforce, as a country, to go after this? And what are you teaching your students?
Yeah, so I teach 5 classes. One class is a course on terrorism financing. A lot of my students, all graduate students at Middlebury, they end up in various walks of life and careers, to include government, working in counterterrorism bureau. One of my old students, many ended up at Treasury Department. Michael, where you've worked. It's training them to be able to understand and recognize these patterns of behavior in the financial landscape. But it's not only just training those to go into government. A lot of my students end up in compliance sections of financial institutions, because we have a financial crime specialization at Middlebury. And some of it is, these students come back to me once they're in these banks and they say, hey, we can take action very easily because we're looking at the Office of Foreign Asset Control Specially Designated National List Treasury puts out. And you see groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda on there. But I don't see, essentially, the Atomwaffen division on there. How do I deal with that? And it's about providing them guidance and advice. And quite often, how these bad actors, neo-Nazis as an example, carry out their transactions are very coded. So I tell them some basic things. There's some good literature on this, produced by myself and others in think tanks like London, the Royal United Service Institute. If you see multiple transactions of somebody sending 88 Bitcoin multiple times, that is a potential identifier for somebody that has neo-Nazi sympathies. 88 essentially standing for H, the 8th letter in the alphabet, HH, which means essentially Heil Hitler. This is a way in which bad actors carry out their communications in coded fashions in financial spaces. So it's some basic things like this.
So there are many parents in this room and ones that have children and grandparents that would want their kids to work in this field, so I hope that you are flooded with people coming up to you asking you for internships, because that's what I would have done if I was in the audience with you.
Yeah,
But
great.
Jason, I want to thank you
Thank
for
you,
your
Michael.
service, your dedication,
On behalf of the synagogue and Michael and Noel, we'd like to present Jason with this Haggadah that he can use for Passover, which is a week from tomorrow night, for your dedication and commitment to countering anti-Semitism. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you. We will take a short 5-minute break. There's still some food outside left from breakfast before we transfer over to lunch. And there's some coffee, there's some water. We'll have that. And we'll resume in 5 minutes, featuring the Mayor of West Palm Beach and the State Attorney Dave Aaron. One, two. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume with the next panel in 2 minutes. Please find your seats. The next panel discussion will be featuring the Mayor of West Palm Beach, Mayor Keith James, and the State Attorney Dave Ironberg. Once again, we ask you to please find your seats so we can start the discussion. Thank you.
Get started. We have the Mayor of West Palm Beach to the stage and the State Attorney Dave Ehrenberg. So I want to if everybody could take their seat. We want to welcome the Mayor of West Palm Beach. We're going to start the program. So I'm gonna turn it over to Lawrence Milstein, Director of AJC Palm Beach, and we're gonna get started.
testing. Oh, there we go. Well, thank you. Good morning, everybody, and welcome Mayor James, State Attorney Arenberg. Thank you so much for taking some time to be with us today for this important conversation. I'm guessing that there are probably some people in this room that a few months ago would have thought that anti-Semitism was a problem that happened elsewhere, other parts of the country or other parts of the world, not here in Palm Beach County, not here in our own backyards. But we received a wake-up call in the last few months, and that's been alarming to all of us. So to set the stage for the conversation, I want to give a few statistics about where we are here and around the country, even with anti-Semitism. So the ADL released its recent audit just this past week, and they said that in 2022, Florida saw the highest number of anti-Semitic incidents in its history, which was true on the national level as well, but that was true here in Florida. And in South Florida, it was a 38% increase in anti-Semitic incidents. AJC, the organization that I work for, released a few months ago something called our 2022 State of Anti-Semitism in America report. And that report surveys the Jewish population in the country and asks them, how are you reacting to the rising anti-Semitism? How is it affecting you? And some really alarming data there as well. I want to share just 2 points from that survey. When we asked American Jews how they were feeling, 41% said that they feel less secure in the United States today than they did 1 year prior. And that number was up 10% from when we asked the same question in 2021. And 4 out of 10 of American Jews said that they changed their behavior in the last year out of fear of anti-Semitism. That means they chose not to wear a skull cap or a yarmulke or a Star of David in certain situations, or they avoided attending a venue, an event that had Israel component or a Jewish component out of fear of anti-Semitism. So it's pretty alarming. The numbers of incidents are important, but it's also affecting the Jewish population. So I want to begin with you, Mayor James. We had these recent activities these past few months in our neighborhood, and we have many people here who aren't from the neighborhood, even across the country and some internationally. So I thought maybe a good place to start would be a brief overview of what kind of activity we saw and how the city responded, at least initially, to those events.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it's, okay, yes, thank you very much for having me be part of this very, very important conversation. The wake-up call for our city was in January, I think it was a Saturday evening, when we got a number of calls into our police department about a display of a swastika on the side of a building. Police rushed over, they were able to stop a couple of individuals who were in a U-Haul truck, but unfortunately the only thing they could charge them with at that time was littering. But clearly the display of the swastika was meant to be, in my view, a terrorist incident to terrorize, to instill fear in people. And it was very shocking. When I came in the office on Monday, I immediately issued a very strongly worded statement proclaiming hatred to be something that was not what we were about as a city, and said some very politically correct but strongly statements describing those who promulgated such actions as nothing more than cowards. So, but the problem is, and I'm sure the state attorney can get into it, the state of our laws doesn't give us enough teeth to really attack the root of this, which is hatred in its purest form, anti-Semitism in its purest form. So that was followed up the next week by a number of complaints from various neighborhoods, even here on the island, of packets of material, very strongly worded, disgusting anti-Semitic material that was in these little packets, and they were just thrown into the yards, even in several neighborhoods in our city. again, just a cowardly act of terrorism and trying to instill fear. And so we did make a couple of arrests there, but all we could do was charge him with litter. So I sat down with my legal department, and we immediately began crafting an ordinance. And the ordinance in this case was merely to make it illegal to display any images on a building without the permission of the owner. And now it may seem like that's very soft and it really doesn't get to the problem, but the state attorney can tell you, with the First Amendment, we couldn't really get into the content of the display, but this was a step that we felt would add an additional tool to the toolbox. Very proud to say that ordinance got passed on March 20th, and we imposed the most severe penalties that we could as a municipality, up to 6 months in jail, $500 fine. Again, it may seem like not a lot, but that is the most we could do. It's the most that we could do as a municipality in terms of the most extreme punishment that we could impose.
So, from my point of view, there was a concerted effort, at least at the beginning, not to identify the perpetrators of these activities. Can you speak to, I believe that was a conscious decision, and why it was important for you and other officials?
Oh, absolutely. Part of what is going on, they want notoriety. That helps, as I understand it from the experts, that helps them with their fundraising as they are making their rounds and on the various internet sites that they attend. So if their name, the name of the organization, the name of the individuals were put out there in the public, that only works to their benefit. It gives them the notoriety that they need and helps them as they recruit others who may subscribe to these vile, hateful theories. And so we were very careful not to notarize or publicize the identity of the organization. We know the organizations. They are, from out of state. The headquarters of one group it was moved from the western part of the United States here into Florida, but we did not want to give them that notoriety and the benefit of that as they were trying to use these incidents, frankly, for recruiting and fundraising purposes.
So, in response to the initial incidents, among many responses, and I want to pay tribute to the Palm Beach Synagogue because they helped put together immediately after the swastika projections a rally at the AT&T building, the actual site where the swastika was projected. And that was a very, I think, important response from the community to show that where there's darkness, we can come and we can bring light. Dave, you were at that rally. What was your message to the community that night?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me, Lawrence. And Mr. Mayor, great to be with you. Thank you for this great turnout. My message was that this group comes from outside the state. They came here because they thought Florida would be more welcoming. The reason why they left California was because the leader of the group was doxxed. It's a new word that means they were exposed, their address or information. His house was vandalized. So he came to Florida because he thought it would be more welcoming. And he targeted Palm Beach County in particular because of its large Jewish population, but also because he had a few goals in mind. And it's a small group of people, but their goal was to recruit new followers, and by all accounts, I think he's failed at that. It's to divide us. Looks like he failed at that. It looks like the community is coming together to say, no, we don't want you here. And number three, he wanted to scare us. And as you can see by turnouts like this, and the event that you just mentioned, that failed. So there's some miscalculation. The one area where they've had some success is, as the mayor said, they've achieved the notoriety that they wanted. They want people mentioning their names. And so my message was that we're winning this fight. We can come out and be proud of who we are. They want us to be scared and cower, and it's the opposite is what is occurring. But as they have raised their profile, we have also responded in the law enforcement community. Palm Beach County is the only county that I'm aware of anywhere in the state that is prosecuting one of the members of this small group. There is no other place that has a criminal charge pending against anyone in this group. And this group has been active. They were in Jacksonville. Remember, thing they put on the building outside the stadium. This is the same group that was in Orlando blocking a Chabad rabbi with a megaphone. You saw that video. It was appalling, disgusting, repulsive, yelling awful anti-Semitic threats at him, blocking his way into the Chabad. And the police did nothing. Those individuals were allowed to go home. And so we've had law enforcement meetings here. If that ever happened here, we would arrest and prosecute him for disorderly conduct, for blocking the roadway. And the way we're able to prosecute this one guy so far in this small group was because in the small community of Atlantis, I don't know if anyone here lives in Atlantis, but kudos to Atlantis. They were putting out their filth, their garbage, and the police officer was going to cite them for littering. It's the only thing it can do under the First Amendment. It's not even a crime, it's just a fine, up to $150. And when the officer approached this one person, he refused to give his name and identification. And then he started attacking the police officer verbally. So the police officer took him to jail, put handcuffs on him, and then gave it to our office, and we researched it, and we said, yeah, that's resisting arrest without violence. That's a first-degree misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in jail. And so we filed charges, and I told my team, I told my young attorneys who would deal with this low-level case, I said, no decisions made on this case until you clear it with me. And we're not diverting this. We're not going to give this a little, a class and we'll let it go away. I want jail time for this guy. So, so we're going to court. And the judge there is Marty Bryson, who's not going to put up with his antics because he said he's representing himself because he can't find a lawyer who will represent him. So it's going to be a real crazy show in court next month when he goes there and defends himself, but we hope to send a message that they're not welcome here and there'll be consequences if they continue to do this.
Thank you. I'm going to stick with you for one more moment, Dave. I'm sure there are people in this room who don't understand how the current laws could not deal with the type of incidents that we're seeing, right? Are these hate crimes? It's hate speech. Why aren't our laws sufficient to be able to prosecute them? And the other thing I just want to add is that I think it's important to note that despite the vile nature of the activities of these perpetrators, apparently they have pretty good legal counsel because they're able to push the boundaries right up to the free speech line, but they know not to cross into the criminal realm. So can you speak to both of those issues briefly?
They've been advised, but they're not as smart as they think they are. Here's why. So they throw out this stuff onto your lawns. I don't know if any of you received it. It's disgusting. You see it. And they have these little wooden pellets in there, which many people think could be poison. It's just to hold down the stuff so it doesn't fly away. But that's litter. And in the flyer, if you bother to read their garbage, it says on the bottom a disclaimer that says, this is not meant to target any particular group. Why would they put that in there? Well, they put that in there because there was a law in Florida enacted around 1971 that says that if you do exactly what they're doing, if you disseminate information and target a specific group, then it's a crime. It is a misdemeanor. Well, that law was thrown out in 2001 because the courts ruled it was unconstitutional under the First Amendment. So they've got like an old copy of the statutes, still thinks this is on the books, and they have that disclaimer there. It's like when the North Korea dictator called Donald Trump a dotard. He used like one of those old dictionaries from like the 1950s. That's a word we don't use. They're citing a statute that's not even on the books. So we're dealing with that. But they do know that, if they go up to the line, they know sort of where the line is. But remember, they were in Orlando, and what they were doing was a crime. They thought that they could yell things with a megaphone at the Chabad rabbi and get away with it. That's disorderly conduct. It's not disorderly conduct if you yell at police. They berate the police officers here who are confronting them. It's awful what our law enforcement community has to endure. And I want to prosecute them for that, but we can't. But if they do it to you, that's disorderly conduct. If they block your way to get to your home or your store, that's another crime. That's blocking the roadway. It's impeding your progress. So these are crimes. It's just, you have to have the will to prosecute it. And as far as the other question, which was, why is this not a crime to disseminate information? The First Amendment is broad. And we're trying to change the law. State Representative Mike Caruso has a great bill that will criminalize the projection of the images onto the buildings without the consent of the property owner. We worked with him on that bill. I think that will be constitutional. I think that will stay on the books. It would be a crime, a misdemeanor, up to a felony. The tougher thing is when they throw their anti-Semitic literature. That receives more First Amendment protection. There's more protection when it comes to leafleting on public property. Now, when they throw it onto your property, it's littering, but that's such a low-level offense. That's not even a crime. So in the bill, Mike Caruso has a provision that would criminalize that conduct, that leafleting, if it's done to intimidate someone and so forth. I think it's a good attempt. I just don't know if it's going to survive constitutional scrutiny by the courts. I think the projection on a building will survive. I just don't know if that leafleting will.
Okay. I'm going to come back to you, Mayor. I'm going to switch gears a little bit, and then I want to come back to the law a little bit after that. But you visited Israel last year with a delegation of U.S. mayors as part of a AJC program. I know you visited Yad Vashem as part of that experience. Did your view of anti-Semitism or the way you think about anti-Semitism change as a result of that experience?
Absolutely. I didn't know, and I'm embarrassed to say that I didn't know how much anti-Semitism existed even prior to the Holocaust. It just seemed like every country, European country that Jews would go into, again, this is prior to the Holocaust, they were persecuted, whether it's through programs, whether it's through ghettoization, starvation. They could not find a place where they could be at ease and comfortable. And I wasn't aware of that. I wasn't aware of the degree of anti-Semitic tropes and the games that were used, that children, the board games that children would play with, which would implicitly instill in them these anti-Semitic themes and ideas. And so, observing that, I learned, I understood better the need to have a country that you could call home. Just some place where you could live, where you could raise a family, without the fear of intimidation, of persecution. And hence, it certainly elevated in me, in my mind, a greater understanding of why Israel is so important to the Jewish community. But it also enlightened me, having spent part of that visit, about 4 or 5 days in Israel, the real Israel is surrounded by its enemies, so national security is paramount. I went over there, being an American, with certainly the sensitivities to some of the struggles that we have had over here, whether it's fighting discrimination, housing, and that type of thing. That is not as important in Israel as it might be over here, and it was important for me to take off my American filters and not be judgmental, because here's a country that is surrounded by its enemies and does not know at any point in time, in any day, whether they will come under attack. We visited some Kibutzes when I was there, and just hearing the story of a young mother who was raising kids, and when the kids are 3 years old, they understand what it means to have to rush to a bomb shelter, because you have to teach them that. So it was very educational, very enlightening, life-changing for me to understand that. And it's probably because of those sensitivities that when I heard about the incident that occurred on January 20th, the display of the images on the AT&T building, I knew that I could not tread lightly, that I needed, as the mayor of the city, to come out with a very forceful statement against this kind of hate, because it has no place in the city that I run.
So it was mentioned earlier in one of the other panels about the importance of the working definition of anti-Semitism. the IRA definition, or the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism, which was adopted in 2016. And that's become a very effective tool in combating anti-Semitism for some of the reasons that were made clear earlier. Particularly, it's recognizing that when certain activities addressing Israel cross over the line into those 3 Ds, demonization, delegitimization, double standards, that's also part of anti-Semitism. But it also recognizes things like Holocaust denial and all the conspiracy theories about Jewish power and Jewish control that are different than other forms of discrimination and anti-Semitism. And I just want this audience to know that both Palm Beach County in the last year and the city of West Palm Beach, particularly under the leadership and the guidance of the mayor, adopted a resolution endorsing the working definition of anti-Semitism to be an effective tool in our community. I want to publicly thank you. Dave, I want to come back to the legal aspect with you. We mentioned Mike Caruso's bill. I think, can you just give us a little bit more guidance or depth of how that bill, when it passes, will help you as an effective deterrent tool?
The best part is that it will stop this group in its tracks when they do what they've done in other places, which is project the image onto the building, like they did in West Palm Beach, like they've done in Jacksonville, all over the state. This is their MO. What they do is they have this little projector and they project these horrific images onto a building. And when you first see it, you think, oh, is that like the AT&T building? Why are they showing anti-Semitic images? And you're confused as to why would the owner of that building do that? That's why that's constitutional to ban it, because you have no right to project your image onto someone else's building. And same thing for a public building. So that's what makes that constitutional when it is outlawed, when it becomes a crime. And that's going to really hurt them, because that's their main thing that they do along with distributing their leaflets. The leaflets are harder. It's more labor intensive. It costs them money, and it does get them hit with fines. Fines, by the way, that they are proud not to pay. Now that's something maybe, Mr. Mayor, we can work on. We have to figure out who's in charge of ensuring that they're paying the fines, because my office isn't involved because it's not a crime. So the city would be involved, and also other communities around the county. We need to make sure that the fines are being enforced, because that could hit them in the pocketbooks. You know, for all their bluster, how they raised all this money online, you know, when they did their last fundraiser, what they do is they have their camera and they show a streaming video of them getting harassed by the police, and they show them out there showing, distributing flyers. They show themselves berating Chabad rabbis. In the last fundraiser they had down here, over 2 hours, 3 hours, they raised a total of $750. So we're not talking about huge amounts of money. And that's why hitting them with littering fines of $150 per pop can really hurt them. The way that, you've ever been to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho? Anyone ever been, right? What a beautiful community that is. It used to be a neo-Nazi community. The Nazis were based there. You go there now, it's a hipster town. It's amazing, this beautiful lake. And the reason is that you had groups out there who sued the Nazis and bankrupted them. And they're no longer there. Their facilities are owned by, you know, LGBT groups. I mean, it's really an unbelievable place. That can happen here. We can bankrupt this organization. That's why they left California. They were not welcome there. So the Caruso bill will criminalize the projection on the buildings. It will criminalize the distribution of literature. Again, I'm not sure that's constitutional. We'll see. There's another thing it will do. It will criminalize the act of accosting individuals walking to synagogue. Now, it's broader than that, but that's what they're going after. Because apparently in Aventura, people who are Orthodox are being attacked by individuals on the streets as they walk to shul. So it will criminalize that. I think that could be constitutional, depending on how it's written. But it is working its way through the legislature. I do anticipate that it will pass, and it will give us new tools to hopefully lock some of these people up.
Great, thank you. I'm told we have 2 minutes or 3 minutes left, so we want to open it up to questions from the audience.
Thank you both for your leadership. I'm a West Palmer, and you're a great mayor. As an African American who has has a heritage of discrimination. How do you compare this anti-Semitism when you stop and think how many more millions of African Americans there are in this country than there are Jews? Is there any similarities, any lessons to be learned?
Well, absolutely, and I think at the end of the day, whether it's anti-Semitism, whether it's racism, it is a symptom of a deeper disease. I keep thinking of the poem by Martin Niemöller, who was a German theologian back in the 30s, a Lutheran pastor. We've all heard it. When they came for the socialists, I didn't speak up because I was a socialist. And we could replace socialists. When they came for the African Americans, I didn't speak up because I was an African American. When they came for the Mexicans, I didn't speak up because I wasn't. But at the end of it, it says when they came for the Jews, I didn't speak up because I wasn't Jewish. But the culminating statement is, when they came for me, there was no one to speak up for me. So we have to understand, and I don't compare. This is not a comparison whether it's worse to be racist as opposed to anti-Semitic. We are all in this boat together. Because when they come after you, they are coming after me. When they come after me, they're coming after you. Their thing is white supremacy. And if there is a message, if there is a takeaway that we should have, is that we are all in this together. Blacks, Jews, people of color. These cowards hate all of us. And so these actions of anti-Semitism are only a symptom of a deeper disease that's out there. They're coming after the Mexicans, they're coming after the Hispanics, they're coming after LGBTQ, they're coming after blacks. That is the enemy. You know, we should not forget that we are in this boat together. These despicable human beings want all of us eliminated from the earth. So we have to stand together. We have to stand shoulder to shoulder in this fight. And they want to divide us. They want you to ignore the fact that they're not teaching African American history in these schools. You know, Holocaust denial, that's real. What's happening, ladies and gentlemen, with some of the laws that are being proposed is, I call it slavery denial. There are history books that are now being published removing any reference to the race of Rosa Parks. We know the story of Rosa Parks. They're now, because they want to sell them in Florida, they can't even say that Rosa Parks was African American or black or Negro, colored, whatever word you want to use. That's ridiculous. Without a knowledge of our history, ladies and gentlemen, we're doomed to repeat it. It's the same with the Jews, it's the same with the blacks. So these acts, I need you to be as outraged about that kind of acts as you need me to be outraged by anti-Semitism, because we are all in this together.
We have time for one more question.
Thank you. Tony Katz, Confronting Anti-Semitism Network. Gentlemen, when we present to corporations and employees to reach thousands of people through their DEI platforms, we urge them to build allyship with Jews. We're hard pressed to identify nationally lots of allies. Martin Luther King said, "We are all bound together in a single garment of destiny. What affects one affects everyone." Please tell me your best advice on how we can tell people how to build allyship with us. Thank you.
Me, and then you can conclude. Let me just, I'll say, Tony, thank you. We have to do it together, arm in arm. They want to divide us. If it's just Jews speaking out against anti-Semitism, it's not going to be enough. That's why it's so great that the mayor is here. Really important. And I want to ask also, since this is something it cuts across every group, including political ideologies, we need to stand arm in arm and unfortunately, in our divided political society that we're in, it's very hard to do that these days. We all retreat to our parties, our tribal, it's tribalism, shirts versus skins. So I'm going to ask you this. If we could all encourage our leaders statewide to speak out against this. The reason why these folks came here from California is because they thought Florida would be more welcoming. And they have had a strong response at the county level, at the local level, and among some state leaders. I'm going to give credit to Rick Scott, U.S. Senator. He has spoken out aggressively, strongly against this. He has. He deserves the applause for that. Now, at the same time, I want to encourage my Republican friends in this room, and I mean this, I need your help with this, because there are state leaders who have spoken out, and then others who have remained silent. For whatever reasons, I would encourage you, if you have a connection with the governor's office, we need him to speak out against this. We do, and this is not to condemn, I just encourage you. And I've spoken to Robin Bernstein, my good friend, former ambassador to Dominican Republic. I know she's working on it. I know the governor has a lot of things on his plate right now, but it would mean a lot to have a strong statement, just like Rick Scott did, by the governor and other members of the cabinet to say, no, Florida is not welcoming this group. We have no place for hate. We are a tolerant community. These people need to go back where they came from. So that will go a long way. Yeah, and Tommy is a little late for that. I've got to actually push back on that. I don't think it's ever too late. I think that it would help our efforts immensely. These folks don't live here. They still don't live here. There's one guy who moved here, the head guy moved here to, I think he's in Jacksonville or Orlando. But the others are interlopers in our community. And the more state leaders speak out, the easier our jobs will be.
Yeah, the last word.
Ditto to what David said. No, it is so, and I can't emphasize this enough. There is one thing as I look out over this room, one issue I have is that we don't have more, and I know the sponsor of this, but we need to have more conversations like this with people from different political stripes, with people from different ethnicities, because it goes back to what I said before. This is not just a Jewish problem.
We have a Hispanic table right here.
Okay, well, very good, very good. We need African Americans in here. I'm here as the mayor of the city. I happen to be African American. But we need all faiths, cultures to participate in these conversations, because as I said before, if they're coming for you, they're coming for me. We can't ignore that fact. This is hatred in its purest form, ladies and gentlemen. It is not something that we can just pretend, well, that's a Jewish problem. It's not affecting me and my family, because that is not true. Because if they're successful in their efforts with anti-Semitic tropes and actions, that's only going to give them the courage to go after other ethnicities, sexual preferences. It's not going to stop there. It's not. And so we have to continue to have these conversations where folks of all stripes are in the room.
Thank you so much. It starts with you, it doesn't end with you, so we know that. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dave, for being here. And last point I just want to make is unequivocal condemnation is an effective tool for combating anti-Semitism. And we should be thankful that we have two leaders in our community who have done just that. They've stood up very boldly, very strongly, and condemned the acts, and we want to thank you and appreciate it for what you do.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go directly into the next discussion, so we ask you to please stay in your seat. We'll take a break after the next discussion. It shouldn't take too long. The name of the synagogue, and Nolan and Michael Greenwald would like to present to Mayor Keith James the Haggadah, beautiful Haggadah with commentary for your dedication and commitment to countering anti-Semitism here in West Palm Beach. And we would like to present the great Haggadah to use at your Passover Seder next Wednesday. To State Attorney Dave Arenberg, for your dedication and commitment to countering anti-Semitism. Thank you so much for being here. And we'd like to present Lawrence Milstein from AJC Palm Beach for your dedication to countering anti-Semitism. Thank you for being here today.
So we have Holocaust survivor Hal Marshall about to come up and give some remarks, as well as Dr. Jenny Frumer from Horse Life. I was with Hal last night. He has a very inspiring story, so I want to welcome Hal to the stage. Hal, thank you so much for being with us today. If everybody could take their seat, we have Holocaust survivor Hal Gottschall about to give remarks about hate and anti-Semitism.
Good morning, everyone. I am Jenny, and I am truly honored to be here with Hal Gottschall. I'm not going to do a long bio, but I will tell you that I've known Hal Gottschall for 20 years. Hal was very involved and very active in helping Holocaust survivors for the past 20 years since he arrived in Florida, 21 years. Hal is a doer, and I'm so excited to be here with him today so he can tell you his story, and that will be enough of a bio for you. After he has spoken, we're going to have the podium removed, and then we're going to have a conversation.
Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here among this distinguished group. Thank you for having me. I am one of the very lucky ones who survived. Let me tell you briefly my story. My parents immigrated from Germany to Holland in 1934 when living in Germany became unbearable for Jews. They, with their friends the Bears, opened a butcher shop plus a sausage factory, never dreaming that Hitler would come to Holland. February 1938, my father passed away at age 30, 1 month before I was born. Shortly thereafter, my grandmother, on my mother's side, is able to escape Germany to care for me in Holland. My mother had to work in the store. May 1940, Hitler invades Holland. Holland surrenders in 5 days. The Jews in Holland are treated as badly as if they were in Germany. Nuremberg laws, confiscation of property, not being able to work in their professions, etc., etc. Plus concentration camps and death. 1942, my grandmother was captured on the street, taken to the Holländische Schambrouw, a large movie theater where the Nazis removed the seats and congregated the Jews before they were sent to concentration camps. She was gassed at Sobermar concentration camps. All of my grandparents were killed. Many of you may have heard of the famous writer Daniel Silver. He wrote many books, including The Rembrandt Affair. It's about a girl whose whole family was captured and taken to the Holländische Schambrouw. The father was unable to bribe the guards with a Rembrandt to allow his daughter to escape. Months after my grandmother was captured, my mother and I were also captured, taken to the Holländische Schambrouw. It was awful. I was terrified. Being separated from my mother, I still remember a great deal of that time. Luckily, we also escaped. It was incredible, but my father's partner bribed the guards with salamis. Yes, salamis. Today I joke, hopefully in good taste, that some people are worth Rembrandts and others salamis. Frankly, my mother's life must have been unbearable. She lost her husband, then her mother, and knew that within a few months, on my 5th birthday, I would have to wear a Jewish star. She realized that she needed to find a place for me to separate from her to be safe, as we probably would be captured again and not be so fortunate. At that time, she worked in a hospital that sterilized Jews. Yes, sterilized Jews. There she met Toos van Steen, a nurse who was also a member of the Dutch underground, the resistance. Toos understood the risk, volunteered to help. She, good to her word, found my war family. Later, after the war, we learned it was her own family. My mother never knew where I lived, for fear that if she were tortured, she would endanger everyone. Note, hiding Jews could mean the death penalty or concentration camps for all. I still remember an emotional time leaving my mother, who stressed to this 5-year-old, never tell anyone you are Jewish. Never tell anyone you are Jewish. was one of the very lucky ones. They were truly wonderful people, a highly religious Catholic family. They were 6, me being number 7, the youngest and frequently spoiled by all. Not all Jewish children were so lucky, as there were many reasons people had Jewish children. Some for money, some for cheap labor, and some to convert them. The Hopeman family were the best, not just to me, but Pa, a milkman, frequently transported Jews to safe places, hiding them in a place under his cart, using his pretty 16-year-old daughter, Nellie, as a decoy when German soldiers came too near. Years later, I asked Nellie why they did this all. She replied, "We did what we had to do. We did what we thought was right." In my opinion, they're the true heroes of that time. They did not look at us as Christians and Jews, only as people who needed help. As I have frequently said, I'm a lucky man. Just a few of my happenings. A bomb went through 3 stories and a chair in our living room where I had been sitting 1 minute before and did not explode. It still lies many feet below the ground today. 2 families, my immediate family and my extended family, each went to the same funeral in slightly different directions. My extended family were all killed by a bomb. I'm a very lucky man. While playing outside, a lady who was a Nazi sympathizer asked me if I was a little Jewish boy. My response was, "What's Jewish?" As you can imagine, when I told Moo, that was my mother, she was very scared. Thankfully, it did not go any further. I am a lucky man. Although there were many Nazi sympathizers, there were many good Dutch people. The principal of the school I attended, at his own peril, sent me home when there was a Nazi inspection. After the war, I met several old neighbors who indicated that they knew I was Jewish, but did not say a word. 1945, when I was 7, the Germans in trucks were leaving Holland. I heard shouting and cheering that the war was over. Pa had given me a small Dutch flag awaiting this day. Try to imagine this 7-year-old in his underwear, yes, in his underwear, roaming the streets of The Hague yelling, "I'm a Jewish boy, I'm a Jewish boy." My family, when it was dark, finally found me. My mother survived the war. She lived with a Christian lady for over a year, not being able to move for 10 and 12 hours at a time, for fear she would be discovered as a Nazi sympathizer lived below. Not having any exercise immediately after the war, she rode 40 miles on a very old bicycle from Amsterdam to The Hague to see me. Of course, I had mixed feelings about leaving my war family. I often wonder at the courage of the Hopeman family. Would I? Could I put my family at risk to save a child? Yes, they saved my life. I ask if something similar happened, would I have the courage to do the right thing? I hope so. I hope so. In March 1947, my mother and I came to this great country. Unfortunately, my mother, as many survivors, retained the scars of those early years. Again, I'm one of the very lucky ones. I, with my soulmate of 57 years, who recently passed, made a wonderful life together. We have 3 fantastic children, 9 wonderful grandchildren, and recently, my first great-grandchild. As I was holding Abraham Leo, my new great-grandson, next to Maxwell, my grandson, and my son Daniel, 4 generations of Gottschalks. I thought, screw you, Hitler. Screw you. And those were not the exact words I thought. Frankly, I'm scared. I see it happening again. In Europe and here, anti-Semitism and bigotry are now almost acceptable. In some circles, almost fashionable. Thank God for Israel. Thank God for Israel. What can we do? I believe what you're doing here is perfect. But we must do much, much more. We must fight like hell in every way we possibly can. Not only must we tell the story of the Holocaust and teach what we have learned about bullying and being a bystander, but look to upstanders like the Hopeman family who recognize that they cannot do everything, but they can do something. Let's not only dwell on the anti, but let's also glorify their decency. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hal. And I know I want to ask you about what happened to your war parents, but before that, I work with a lot of Holocaust survivors, and oftentimes they share what you did about being really scared, but they also talk about their anger. Can you comment on that?
Yes, I am very angry. I lost so much of my family, and unfortunately I see what's happening today is not so dissimilar what was happening in the early 30s. You know, people have said to me, oh, it could never happen in the United States. I don't know. And I'm scared. I'm scared, not for myself, but for my children and my grandchildren. But at the same time, I was thrilled by what Mayor James said. We can't fight it alone. We have to have allies. We cannot afford to be bigoted ourselves. We must think of this as a universal fight, that the only way we can win is we have the allies together to work against hate.
At the end of your presentation, you said it's important not to glorify but rather to focus on decency. Can you elaborate on that?
I'm saying, well, you know, that in Yad Vashem, there's a whole area dedicated to righteous Christians. And I think we have to do a better job of really talking about those people who are upstanders and who fight the good fight, even if they're not Jewish, but especially if they're not Jewish. I think by building allies, you know, I speak to children's groups, but I want to be able to speak to adults as well, and not only Jewish adults, but I was lucky enough to talk to the Christian Fellowship, and we have to find ways to glorify the people who really want to work with us. That's exactly what I meant.
What happened to your war parents? I know this is really important to you.
Well, I've been in touch with, when they were all alive, we were constantly in touch. I had visited Holland when, in the 70s. But in the year 2000, I had finished my working career, and I was able to get them honored at Yad Vashem as righteous Christians. At that time, I was able to take the people who were alive of the family, two sisters who live in Tasmania, my poor brother and his wife, and my entire family. And so we went for 1 week from our family as on a normal regular tour, and then we took my Christian family on a Christian tour. Amazing how similar they are. But I've had them come to the States. We've gone to Tasmania. I've gone to Holland. Unfortunately, the only one left is Nellie, who I mentioned before, who is 94 at this point. She's stone deaf, but I communicate with her in the internet, and it's amazing. Here's a woman who's that age and still English is her second language, but who does a pretty darn good job communicating.
We just have a few minutes left, so I have really one big question and then another big question to follow. You talk about 4 generations, and your family is just incredible. What do you want your legacy to be?
Well, I took my oldest children and grandchildren to Israel, and now I'm taking my younger group to Israel. There'll be 9 of us. I want them to have in their heart a deep feeling about who they are, that they're Jews. And I want them to really love Israel and really understand what Israel is all about. And to me, that is my legacy.
You and I go back a long way, as everyone knows now, and I think you also have a different legacy in addition to that. Would you tell people how you have saved children's lives?
Well, I got lucky. I always wanted to give back in some form or shape. So I decided that I wanted to adopt a child who might not have had the future that they have today. So while I was living in Taiwan, we adopted a little boy who was 4 years old at the time. And well, the experience was better than wonderful, because to be candid with you, we receive more today than we ever gave. He is fantastic. He's the reason that I moved to Orlando. He and his lovely wife and 3 kids. And then a family tradition started. My other kids said, oh, this is a pretty good idea. And so my oldest son had 3 biological children. And they said, you know, maybe we should have a 4th. And yes, they adopted a little Korean girl. So my son Josh, who lives here, has 2 biological children, and he adopted a Taiwanese girl. So we all have learned one thing, that when you think you're giving, you're really getting a lot more than you ever thought you would.
Looks like we have a couple of opportunities for questions. Any questions?
I guess I'm in luck.
I want to applaud what you said about feeling we are now living in a time that was in the 30s in Germany. And it is very hard to get other Jewish people to believe that. And I wonder if you've had a remarkable life, and you've certainly attempted to deal with that. What do we now do? I live in Philadelphia. The situation in the inner city is horrible. The anti-Semitism is rising. No matter what we write, no matter what we say, it doesn't stop. And the hardest job is getting other Jewish people to do something. I just wondered if you had any suggestions.
I wish I was smart enough to say, I think you should this and think you should do that. But certainly, we should talk about what happened. And not only in terms of, let's go back to the day that 1940s, let's say. But things happened in Germany going all the way back to the early 1930s. And I think we have to find a way to teach people that what happened in Germany was not, everything was perfect one day, and then the next day, all these atrocities. This was a gradual thing. Hitler was also a gradual thing. Unfortunately, the timing for Hitler was perfect with, the loss of the First World War, et cetera, inflation. But you have to really get people to understand of why this happened. One of the things I try to do when I talk to children is I don't start my speech address the way I started it here, because it has to be a built-up situation of talking about the Versailles Treaty and etc. What started happening in Germany to help Hitler get into power. And we have to teach our children that these are things that happened there. They cannot be repeated here.
We have time for one more question.
I'd like to respond to that one question. In the 1970s and 80s, the major issue on the Jewish agenda was freeing Soviet Jewry. And we used to use the Holocaust as an example and say, the case for Soviet Jewry is our second chance. Well, we have another chance now. How did we get those Jews out? We took to the streets. And I think that every time there was an action against a refusnik in any city in the USSR, we were out in front of Soviet consulates and embassies with signs saying, let my people go. Why are we not on the streets today with signs saying, zero tolerance for Jew hatred?
So thank you so much, Hal. Hal drove down from Orlando to be with us today. And you can see why I asked him to do that.
Thank you all.
special thank you to Harold Gottschall. Thank you so much for coming out from Orlando and from everyone from Morris for helping make it happen. And we'd like to present this Haggadah that how you can use this next week at your Seder for your dedication and commitment to countering anti-Semitism and speaking here. Thank you so much for being here today.
So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We've got some great grilled salmon outside, and then we're going to hear back from former U.S. Ambassador to the United Arab Emirates, John Ricolta, who's going to talk about the Abraham Accords, which you do not want to miss. And then we will have former U.S. Ambassador to France, Jamie McCourt, and former U.S. Ambassador to Hungary, David Kornstein. And we've got a great rest of the schedule. So here we go.
I know, well, I told her I have how he said we're carried. Oh, you mean when you were here? Yes, and then now she comes and my friend and so we go to Paris and we get inside, you know, although I can send you, I'll probably still help. What do they think there? Okay. What about like the no, like the sources. So that's way up north. Alan went there from. You might be too. You might be too. You know that. So there could be some tripping there. Yeah, somebody else. Like sideways? So are you gonna go? I'm gonna get excited. I'm on fire. I've been here since like 8:20.
How's it going? What's up? We need a break, my friend.
What would you like me to do? Start them up? Whoa. Cascade 1, 2, cascade 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to resume the session in 5 minutes, so we ask you to please find your seats. You can take some food, sit down at your table, so we can continue our session. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
Hello? We're going to get started, so if everyone could bring their lunch to their tables. We've got an active schedule until close because this issue requires many voices, and we are incredibly fortunate to have my friend and former U.S. Ambassador to the United Arab Emirates, John Ricalto, here today. Ambassador Ricalto served in the United Arab Emirates during a great amount of sea change for the Gulf and for the United States, where the Abraham Accords resulted, and Ambassador Ricalto is going to share his experiences. And just as Mayor James mentioned that we need many voices from many different backgrounds and religious backgrounds, we're very fortunate to have Ambassador Ricalto, truly a great patriot, here today. And then we're going to hear from two other great patriots who are former U.S. ambassadors. So I'm going to turn it over to Ambassador John Ricalto.
Well, good morning, good afternoon. Oh, yep, 7 minutes, good afternoon. Really great to be here. I always like to have a sense of the audience that I'm speaking to, and so I have just one question for you. By just a raise of the hands, how many attendants today are not Jewish? Well, that's quite a nice number. We need more, but it's a good start. I'm honored to be here. Okay, that's a nice little clap too. We'll take it. Thank you very much. So when I was asked to speak today, I asked myself, how could a Jewish, non-Jewish person make a difference? there are millions of us out there. I know we need to come on board, but what could I say today that could help? Because I was very, very concerned about being able to speak with authority. So then I had a short meeting with Rabbi Scheiner a couple weeks ago, and he said that the most interesting dynamic of my role is, in fact, that I'm not Jewish. And if anti-Semitism is to be challenged, it must not be seen as just a problem for the Jewish people. And I'm here today to talk about some good news, and that is that the Abraham Accords provide that opportunity to unite and to bind us. I want to tell you just a little bit about myself. I'm the chair of a large construction company that builds auto plants on a global scale. It was founded in 1916, and it has grown and prospered for the last 107 years of its history. It's a family company, and we're headquartered in Detroit, Michigan. Now, this is important because Detroit, there is no place quite like Detroit. Nowhere else can you find the coexisting levels of wealth, poverty, opportunity, and social problems of all makes, shapes, and sizes. Our history is one of unprecedented economic vibrancy and failure. We were the early 20th century Silicon Valley with the advent of the automotive industry. It went from one of the highest per capita incomes in the country to the largest municipal bankruptcy in the history of the United States in 2013. Recently, there's been a rebound as the auto industry transitions to electric vehicles. But the cancer of racial prejudice continues to disrupt all efforts to improve education and opportunity and level the playing field for everyone. From 7 years, from 2003 to 2010, I had the privilege of serving as the chairman of New Detroit, a racial justice coalition founded by our city's business, religious, government, and civic leaders after Detroit's long simmering social and civil unrest, which exploded in 1967 into what historians call today the rebellion. This experience prepared me for many, many things to come in my lifetime. Because New Detroit's mission statement begins with these words: our vision is to dismantle racism through systems change and by moving the hearts and minds of people. The organization has a great track record and continues to make a positive difference in our city. So in that organization, I learned my first lesson. During my tenure, among the many strategies we pursue to encourage interracial discussions and connections, my wife Terry and I hosted 80 dinners in our suburban homes. We went deep into the community to bring participants. There were usually between 10 and 12 seated at a round table. We discussed the root causes of racial prejudice and tensions in Detroit with more than 800 individuals over this time frame. They were black, they were white, representing a cross-section of our community. Many of the conversations were intense and heated. It wasn't comfortable, but the initiative received broad media attention, partly because of me. You might ask yourself, well, why you? Because I'm white, I'm male, I'm a business person, I'm a Republican, and I live in the suburbs. And the question was, how could this guy have any connection to the city of Detroit? The prevalent thinking was bridging the social divide between two communities such as Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, and Detroit was insurmountable. But it wasn't. Bridging that divide is what the dinners were all about. Giving everyone a seat at the table, we came away with a newfound respect and appreciation of other priorities and points of view. We set the stage to trust each other in times of crisis. We learned we had much in common, and fighting racism was not just the responsibility of black people, it was also everyone's problem. And the rebirth of the Detroit public school system in 2017 is but one example of bridging the divide that further prepared me for my life in the Middle East. You can read about that Detroit Public School journey in a great article written by Beth Hawkins called The Other Detroit Comeback. And it's about an early morning school bus ride I took with Mrs. Robinson and her 2 children. Enough of that. On September 17, 2019, the United States Senate confirmed my nomination as ambassador to the United Arab Emirates after a long and arduous process. This appointment, hands down, was the greatest honor of my life. And by the way, there are 2 former other ambassadors on the program today. I want to recognize them, Ambassador to France and Monaco, Jamie McCord, and Ambassador to Hungary, David Kornstein. I'm sure they felt the same sense of pride and responsibility upon their appointment and swearing in. And the one thing that we have in common, that other career ambassadors, and by the way, Robin, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were not on the program. Robin Bernstein is here also. Is this any other ambassadors? I know there's one in the back. Stuart, I know Stuart well. Did Stuart go home? Said he was going to stay and listen to me. He's what?
I think he left.
He left. Oh, thank you for telling me. I'm going to talk to him about that tomorrow. But anyways, what I was going to say is that all politically appointed ambassadors have a tolerance for risk that career ambassadors don't have. And that tolerance for risk is one of the motivating factors of how you solve this anti-Semitism. You have to get out there. And secondly, what we're able to do as political ambassadors is to manage effectively through direct access to the president. And say what you want about our President Donald Trump, he did a fantastic job in the Middle East and helping lead this in the Abraham Accords. One person can make a difference. Lesson number 2, United Arab Emirates, and that's what I'm actually here to speak about today. For those you don't know, it was formed in 1971 with 7 previously independent emirates. Think Abu Dhabi and Dubai, they're the 2 largest. And they were known as the Trucial States and came together as a federation after Great Britain withdrew its military protection in the late 60s. Nearby Bahrain and Qatar initially considered on joining, and just think about what kind of a nation that could be if they had all come together. But they opted out to go it alone as sovereign nations. The UAE is not a democracy, but its constitution, permanently adopted in 1996 by the nation's Federal Supreme Council, shares some important personal protections and governing principles established in our own constitution. Thus began their long journey towards modernity and normalization with Israel. By the time I arrived in Abu Dhabi in 2019, the UAE was well into what they refer to as the year of tolerance. At first, I was bothered by the word tolerance, but I quickly learned that in Emirati culture, tolerance connotates respect and openness, not just the absence of prejudice. You have to understand this to appreciate what the Emiratis are all about. Anti-Semitism, like racism, comes in many forms and from all corners of society. The threats come from both the extreme right and the extreme left, and continues to rear its ugly head in our modern times. And the leaders of the Emirates clearly understand this. My time as ambassador and interaction with top Emirati leaders provided me with unique perspectives on this fight and a beginning pathway to solve it. Particularly meaningful was the effort that resulted in the signing of what has come to known as the Abraham Accords, which is a historical bilateral agreement normalizing relationships between Israel and the UAE. The Accords represent the most meaningful progress towards a sustainable Middle East peace that has happened in decades. While perhaps counterintuitive, The concepts that were most interesting and meaningful during my discussions were not religious, geopolitical, economic, or of security concerns, but of the insights into human and cultural dimensions of how normalization with Israel and the Accords can influence the mindsets of all people. It was a game changer. Our many discussions often centered on the strategic and tactical means, as you can appreciate, by which relationships may strengthen. These include the normal things like business development, student exchange, tourism, religious education, mutual security concerns. But the barriers that existed for generations came down so quickly after signing the Accords, it made you search for a deeper meaning. Israelis and Emiratis were, for the first time, doing things together we take for granted. Making direct cell phone calls, traveling to and from each other countries on a regular commercial flight, opening bank accounts, conducting business, sharing research, increasing trade. The list is endless. More than 70,000 Israelis visited the UAE during the Christmas and New Year holidays of 2020, just 60 days after they were formally put into place. It's an amazing statistic, and even more amazing is by the end of 2022, over 450,000 Israelis had visited the Emirates. It's unbelievable. Now, not all of them were there to do business. Something else was happening. And what is that something else? And so we come to lesson number 3. Some say that Israel and the UAE were brought together by the maxim, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Others say that tactical dimensions, such as mutual interest in obtaining economic self-sufficiency or security measures to protect the nation in a new era of deglobalization and COVID pandemic. You can add strategic areas such as food, water, energy, healthcare, security, and sustainability. The common thinking was that if Israel has these solutions, the UAE could benefit as they needed to transition their economy from one of oil to one of knowledge-based, not to mention the threat Iran poses to both. However, back to those 450,000 Israelis that made their way to the UAE, the truth is that the drivers that bind us run much deeper than real politics and national security. The truth penetrates the core identity of each of us and rests deeper in our homes and our hearts than is understood. The bedrock upon which our common future will be the core values we hold dearly. The very aspects of which are co-opted by the extremists on the right who try to divide us, and on the left who try to disintegrate us. Lesson 4, the power of the Abraham Accords. Abraham's success with God was hinged on 3 factors. 1, his obedience. 2, his giving. And 3, his faith. Let me explain. Abraham's respect for God, his love and trust in God, was demonstrated in his obedience. That obedience is a function of respect, which leads to trust. 2, his generosity. Giving is a function of love for your fellow man. And 3, Abraham's love for God was unbelievable. His faith is a function of the trust that he had, and Abraham moved from respect to love to allow him to do unbelievable things. Both Islam, Judaism, and Christianity are based on these principles. Arab, Jewish, and Christian culture have deeply ingrained sense of belonging to their distinctive histories and identities, and we all began in the same place with Abraham. Each is proud, justifiably driven by thousands of years of historical and religious development. In recognition of this struggle, and to unite those with common purpose, the United Arab Emirates, led by His Royal Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, who, by the way, is now president, conceived the idea of the Abrahamic family house, a single complex in Abu Dhabi which hosts sanctuaries of all three major religions in a single location. There is a synagogue, a mosque, and a church representing the three faiths, with promise that it will be a place of mutual understanding, harmonious coexistence, and peace among people of faith and goodwill. This landmark is a place for learning, dialogue, worship, open to all, and a true reflection of the UAE's belief in tolerance and hospitality. With each of these houses of worship, visitors will have the opportunity to learn about religious services, listen to holy scriptures, and experience sacred rituals. A fourth space, not affiliated with any specific religion, will be an education center where all people can come together as a single community devoted to mutual understanding and peace. I learned from the Emiratis that the foundation of the Abraham Accords is not tactical, nor is it based on mutual enemies. Rather, it came together on the most intimate human level, which is this understanding. We are driving the same ship laden with the same valuable cargo, attempting to navigate to a safe harbor in the future that is an oasis of the best the world has to offer. A mix of proud history and unlimited future potential. His Highness Mohammed bin Zayed said we must embrace these realities and pursue a pathway together via the recognition of what truly binds us together. This will be the bedrock of generations to come. I may not be Jewish, but I recognize that I'm equipped with vast knowledge and resources to help combat anti-Semitism. From educating people about the true history and culture of Jewish people to identifying and reporting malicious content on social media that seeks to threaten or denigrate Jewish people, my capabilities make me a powerful ally in the fight against hatred and intolerance. There are millions more just like me, and you have to find a way to bring us on board. One particularly interesting moment during the development of the strategic dialogue, which was the precursor to the Abraham Accords, President Trump and National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien were responsive to my request to change the tenor, pace, and depth of our bilateral relationship with the UAE that was damaged during the previous administration with the JCPOA. In December of 2019, they offered me the opportunity to conduct the dialogue directly with the Emiratis. Not every country is afforded this. In fact, only a handful during each four-year cycle of the administration get the privilege. They offered this to me under one caveat, that it be conducted under the auspices of the National Security Council, not the State Department, with me having full control and authority. We settled on 6 core pillars of discussion: political, security, intelligence, law, commerce, culture. After a few weeks, we realized we had missed the core area. It was space. The Emiratis were participating with us in a very big way in terms of space. As we debated how to add this to the mix without endangering the progress that we had already made, much to our surprise, the Emiratis immediately agreed, and that's something that absolutely floored me. I had already gotten the sense that they wanted to open discussions on religious freedom, prison reform, freedom of speech, women's rights, and a host of other topics the State Department had been pressing me to demarche them on. Now let's take a step back for a minute and talk about what demarches are. Demarches are a formal petition or protest presented formally through diplomatic channels. They become an irritant when the numbers are limitless, let alone trying to solve the actual problems. Demarches aren't the way I ran my life or I ran my business. I never hid behind a piece of paper. They seem to be obsolete and a hindrance rather than some help. I suppose they were useful back in the day before we had the internet and emails and a host of ways to communicate. But I prefer open, honest, direct, frank, thoughtful, and forthright face-to-face dialogue where we could get to the root cause of the issue and invoke some intellectual tension into the conversation. My belief is that intellectual tension is the spice of creativity, innovation, and finding compromise. But it has to be done professionally. You can't come out swinging. It isn't like cage fighting where you're trying to beat your opponent to death. It has to be done in a very professional, respectful, trustful way. That became my hallmark in the UAE. Back to the strategic dialogue. The Emiratis wanted to add human rights as a pillar. We were floored, as I said, as just about everyone else in the State Department and the U.S. government at large. I say this because it shows you the heart that the Emiratis have in themselves in trying to get to the solution ultimately called the Abraham Accords. So how does this fit into fighting anti-Semitism? I was told a long time ago that the audience could only remember 3 things after you leave, all right, from a speech, and that would make it a success. So here are the 3 things that I want you to remember, especially to my non-Jewish listeners. 1, educate yourself. The first step in fighting anti-Semitism is to educate yourself about it. Research its history, its causes, the impact on Jewish communities. Read books and watch documentaries on the subject. It's important to understand not only the historical roots, but the theological misunderstandings that have led to its perpetuation. 2, speak out. Don't be silent. When you hear someone making a derogatory comment or joke, speak up and say something. Challenge anti-Semitic beliefs and stereotypes when you encounter them. Make it clear that you don't tolerate such behavior and encourage others to do likewise. 3, support Jewish communities. One of the best ways to fight anti-Semitism is to support Jewish communities. Attend interfaith events and build prospective relationships with Jewish neighbors. Stand in solidarity as they face persecution and discrimination. It's important to remember that anti-Semitism is not just a Jewish issue. It is a human issue that affects us all. And by educating ourselves, speaking out, and providing support, we can all do our part to fight against this destructive and hateful ideology. I promised myself a long time ago to build a world where every individual is valued, accepted, given equal opportunity, and free from discrimination and hate. This is precisely what the UAE did for a decade, preparing their citizens and guests to look at the world in a different way. His Highness had both the fortitude and the courage to step away from the past, reject hate, open doors for a better Middle East. The Abraham Accords is a simple declaration of 247 words. They see a better and brighter future. The words that are the most meaningful to me are the following. We, the undersigned, recognize the importance of maintaining and strengthening peace in the Middle East and around the world based on mutual understanding and coexistence, as well as respect for human dignity and freedom. We believe the best way to address challenges is through cooperation and dialogue. We seek tolerance and respect for every person in order to make this world a place where all can enjoy a life of dignity and hope, no matter their race, faith, or ethnicity. 4 leaders signed that declaration: U.S., Bahrain, Morocco, and the UAE. The signing was celebrated in the UAE on October 28, 2019, with a delegation from Israel and the United States visiting for a formal dinner at the palace of His Highness Taknoun Ben Zayed, the National Security Advisor for the UAE. Attending was Mayor Ben Shabbat, National Security Advisor for Israel. Remarks were made by His Highness TBZ, and then U.S. National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien. It was now Mayor Ben Shabbat's turn. He waited a moment and then turned to TBZ and asked if he could speak in Hebrew. Granted. He then asked if he could say a prayer. Granted. In Hebrew, standing in an Arab capital and a palace of the royal family, he said the following. As a young boy, I often dreamt what it would be like to be standing in the capital of an Arab country, having the freedom to come and go, worship freely, pray to God in Hebrew, and feel safe and free. Today, that dream came true, thanks to God. And I pray that this day is the beginning of an eternity of peace and prosperity with our brothers here in the United Arab Emirates. Amen. It was the finest and the most memorable moment of my short career as the U.S. Ambassador to the United States. And I leave you with the same hope that we can eliminate anti-Semitism much in the same way as Emiratis have through the signing of the Abraham Accords.
Thank you so much for being your ambassador. Thank you so much for your service and everything you did to bring peace in the Middle East and the role that you played. In the name of the synagogue and Michael and Nolan, would like to present you to Ambassador John Rakolta Jr. for your dedication and commitment to countering anti-Semitism. Thank you so much for being your ambassador.
We're going to go straight into the next panel. So we're going to have Ambassador Jamie McCourt and Ambassador David Bornstein come to the stage. So Ambassador McCourt served as the U.S. Ambassador to France in Monaco, and Ambassador Kornstein served as the U.S. Ambassador to Hungary. And so let's just jump right in. Jamie, France has had a mixed history with the Jewish people. I remember watching movies at the Holocaust Museum in Washington about the struggle that Jews had to go through during World War II, the underground sewers they had to travel on the streets of Paris. You were there during a very consequential time. Tell us a little bit about your experience as ambassador with regards to anti-Semitism.
So let me start by saying France is really complicated and conflicted in many ways about a lot of things. There's both indifference and yet an inclination to make choices that are surprising to us in the United States. I should also say I'm Jewish. My children were raised Jewish, and I always let people who were complaining about the Jews go on and on and on before I would say, oh, by the way, I'm Jewish. So I come at it from a lot of different perspectives. I told you a story of something that really surprised me. I had also gone to school for a couple of years in France when I was younger. I never knew there was a concentration camp in France. Never. I don't know if anyone here knew there was a concentration camp. And I was asked to speak as the ambassador. It was up north near Strasbourg. It's called Natzweiler Strudel. Was taken over by the Nazis for the territory, right? Because it was originally a hotel and on a ski resort. And I was so conflicted about going because I was embarrassed on the one hand to not know that there was a camp. And when I got there, I was seated next to one of the survivors, who was not Jewish, who was a French resistance person who had fought during the war. And he must have been 95, 96, and the whole time he was holding my hand. And I gave my little talk, and he was crying and crying and crying, and I sat down, and he said, "It's so important to not be forgotten. No one is going to be left here to tell the story. Thank you for telling the story." So I'm telling this story because then I'm driving home, and as ambassadors, you have security in France. They're French. And it was late at night when we got home, and I was with my chief of staff, and we just couldn't unwind from the whole experience. It was so touching. They still have the gallows. In this particular camp, these were the people who experimented on the brains of Jewish people. And so in this particular instance, there was a Dr. Hurt who asked for 100 Jews to be shipped up, not killed, from Auschwitz, because he wanted to kill them right before he examined their brains to find out why they were so inferior to other brains. And I was so, like, you know, you hear one story after the next, and you can never believe there's another story that's worse than the one you've heard before. So in any case, we couldn't unwind, and we had a 2-hour drive, and we were hungry. And we said, let's not go back. Let's just go out to dinner so we see other things and we have a different frame of reference. We had a little dinner, we went back to the residence, and my security says to me, "Can you stay in the car for a minute?" And I was so sure he was going to say to me, "That was the most touching speech. It was such a lovely moment. I'm so proud to have been with you." And what he said to me was, "You're having dinner with your chief of staff was not on the agenda, and we were hungry and didn't like where we could choose to go for dinner." And I thought, we were all at the same event, and the perspective was completely different. And I'm not sure if it was an unawareness or an indifference, but it's there. The flip side of that is that at the start of the war, there were 300,000 Jews in France. There's now 300,000 in Paris and 600,000 in France. 75,000 Jews were rounded up in the Vichy time, under the Vichy government with Pétain. 72,000 of those 75,000 died. But the rest weren't deported and weren't killed. And so there was this fraternity with the French people, whether they were warning the Jews, hiding the Jews, with the Jews. So there's this dichotomy.
So, Ambassador, before I turn to Ambassador Kornstein, you met at the leader level with Macron and other senior officials in France. Given the uptick in radicalization, not only in the United States, but in Europe, from what you can tell us, what were those conversations like? And at the leader level, what can be done versus the parliament level in France, which obviously in Europe has sometimes even more authority?
Again, complicated, because when I got there, I made as one of my pillars that we were going to work on in the State Department was countering anti-Semitism. And of course, at the time, everybody thought it's not such a big deal. Why is she focused on this? I just always felt like there was in all of Europe. And France, at the same time, and I want to just stress this because it's important, is a big supporter of what Rokolta just referenced as to the JCPOA, which you know. We know it is the Iran nuclear deal. And France always has had a proclivity towards relationships with Iran.
which is the funder of Hamas. And so there's always an affinity for the Palestinian situation at the exclusion of thinking about what it means for Israel. And I'll never forget, and then I couldn't monopolize all the time because I love to talk. But the reality is, many years ago, I was involved with the Centre Pompidou, and someone said to me, if by chance you're seated next to the director of the Centre Pompidou, don't talk about Israel. This was at the time when there was a lot of tension between Israel and the Palestinians. And of course, who did they sit me next to? Him. And one word leads to another, and he says to me, I sure hope you're not a Zionist. He was Jewish, by the way. And I said, I'm not a Zionist. I am a rabid Zionist.
That was an interesting dinner party conversation. Ambassador Corinthian, I want to bring you in. Hungary's at, and it's been at, an inflection point in many different ways over the last couple of years. When you arrived in Hungary, talk to us a little bit about how you approached the position, and when faced with hate, how did you handle it, and how has Hungary handled it?
First of all, France is a lot larger country than Hungary, so you can have as much time as you wish.
She also has Monaco.
Well, there's a bit of a difference, as everyone would know, between President Obama and President Trump. And the ambassador that was there before me, that was appointed by President Obama, had a different view toward the country than what President Trump had. And my first job was really to get the Hungarian people to like America again, which they did not like in the prior years. And I'm happy to say that I think we accomplished that. We take a poll, I think they do it in most embassies, of what the people in that country feel toward America and the American people. And the poll that we took when I first got there, the last poll, there was about a low 30% approval rating of America and Americans. And when we left, and it was due really to the wonderful people that we had working in the embassy, that got up to 85% approval. So it was a nice accomplishment. Regarding anti-Semitism, my wife and I lived in Budapest, Hungary for 2.5 years, and on occasion we were able to come back and visit our family and friends, and it was inevitable. We could not come back once where somebody would not greet us and say, oh, I just feel so sorry for you. How can you live in this country with all this anti-Semitism? And what we found was that was not the case at all. There's a lot of Jewish organizations that take a study of where it's best for a Jewish person to live. And outside of Israel, the country that comes up first most of the time is Hungary. The Jewish people that lived there, and a little history, there were 850,000 Jewish people that lived in Hungary in 1943. In 1944, so sadly, 500,000 of those Jewish people were killed. Today, there's 125,000 Jewish people that are living in Hungary. By the way, the largest synagogue in Europe is located in Budapest. The second largest synagogue in the world is located in Budapest. So the Jewish people there today, they're happy, they're content, And very, very most importantly, they're safe.
So, Jamie, as a leader and as an ambassador for the United States, there are certain traits that you had to exhibit to take action. And when you look at what's happening here at home, and when you're overseas, a lot of your meetings, people are asking you, so what's happening in the United States? Tell us what's happening in Congress and so forth. When you come back from Europe and you see what's happening here at home, what guidance, what best practices do you take back, and what advice would you have for either administration? Because I think one thing we've heard today is that this is an issue that's going to be part of every administration. And this is not necessarily a political issue, it's an issue that we have to deal with as Americans and as human beings. So what would be your best guidance for this president and the next president afterwards?
And we're talking strictly anti-Semitism.
Anti-Semitism, anti-hate, bigotry, prejudice, all the above.
Because I tend to agree with the Holocaust survivor. I think we're living in a time that's reminiscent. I wasn't alive during the 30s, but every paper I ever did in college had to do with the Holocaust and what happened pre-Holocaust and why did it happen. Because I grew up with so many survivors in Baltimore, Maryland, and it was a very big Jewish community. You know, my father used to drag us to the barber shop so we could see the tattoo on the barber. And I feel like it's very unsettling right now. You know, it was, if you remember, Einstein left in, I think, 32 from Germany, and he really was agnostic. He was agnostic until everything started to happen, and he lost some of his friends, and more he became associated with Israel. In fact, he was asked to be the president of Israel. I don't know if everyone knows that. And he said, I'm really not equipped, I'm not experienced, but I now relate more to the Jewish religion because of everything that's happened and as precarious as it's become among nations. And I think that's where we are. I don't know where you hide now. I don't know where you go. I think Israel needs the United States, and the United States needs Israel. And I don't think one can survive without the other. So I think we have to really focus.
So our next panel is going to be how do you talk to your children about extremism and anti-Semitism. Ambassador Kornstein, when you think about the next generation of leaders, the next generation of ambassadors, what advice do you have? How do we have a conversation, again, that's about action? That's about, again, not admiring this thing happening over and over again and telling the same bad stories. How can we tell more stories of hope?
Well, there's two parts to that. I think one is the governmental side and then the personal side. On the governmental side of it, what takes place with the government in Hungary, the reason that the Jewish people are so safe there is that on the rare occurrence of some violent act that would take place, I can tell you that the Minister of Interior will not sleep at night until they catch the person that committed that act. And when they catch that person, they're brought to a speedy trial. And if he or she is convicted, forget any bail. There's no such thing as a bail. They're going to get a fair trial, and if convicted, they are going to prison for a long time. So the people, before they don't even think of committing an act, because they know they're going to get caught, and they know that they're going to be punished to the nth degree. I think that's the best way of combating at a government level anti-Semitism. It's not tolerated in the country, or the city, or the state. And if you look at different examples of, for example, New York City today, compared to the same size of Hungary today, and how it's treated, you see what the two results are. One doesn't have any active violence, and one is rampant. So that's the government. And on the personal level, I have a grandson that's the life, my life. I only have one, but a wonderful, wonderful young man who's 17. My daughter-in-law, who was really a daughter, she couldn't love me more than if we had our own daughter, brought him up that on Friday night they light my mother's candles, that he will not leave the apartment without kissing the mezuzah. And I mean, he's not an Orthodox Jew, but he has beliefs and was brought up to be a very proud young Jewish person. And wherever he's going to go to college, where they are this weekend looking at schools, because he's a junior in high school, wherever he goes, whatever's going to occur on that campus is not going to affect him one iota, not one iota.
Thank you for sharing that. So to close, Ambassador McCord, the United States has mixed history with the Jewish people. We all remember during the term with State Department under FDR, and the reason I went to go work for the Treasury Department was because that's the unit that went after the money of the Nazis. So as we see reports in the last couple of years of swastikas in the State Department, if there has been a renewed focus of the special envoy for combating anti-Semitism, and Deborah Lipstadt has been traveling globally, including to Saudi Arabia, to do that. And that's been a very refreshing, new emphasis and focus. And the second gentleman has accompanied her as well. If the special envoy was here and you were having a private lunch with her, given what you know, what would be your guidance to her? And if you could give her one piece of advice and she took it to the Oval Office and they were actually able to put that into action, what would it be?
Wow. I'm not sure I know, honestly. I mean, if Hungary is really as good as you say, maybe we should all move to Hungary. I can't speak to it. I've only been there once in my lifetime, and it was when it was communist with red plastic stars on all the buildings. I can't say I felt totally safe either as an American or as anything else. But I would just beg her to teach people to recognize that there's a real problem. We don't have this in France, it's not the same. The prison sentences are not the same. People, you know, there was the recent case of a Holocaust survivor, in fact, thrown out of the window by someone who happened to, pardon me? Yes. And he went to jail for 1 minute, and I'm exaggerating, but not by much. He went to trial, and the appellate judge, because it was appealed after he was in prison, let him go because he said he didn't know what he was doing. He was smoking marijuana. He's on the streets. This is not uncommon in France. I mean, I don't know what the repercussions are here, but we were talking about how there's not a lot to do except for littering. I think that if in Hungary this is what they're doing, that's really a great thing to know, and maybe that's the advice that I would give someone.
So, thank you. So, Ambassador McCord, Ambassador Cornstein, I want to thank you for your leadership on behalf of the United States, for serving overseas, for being leaders, and for representing us so well, and for being here today. We're not going to hold questions because we're going to go into our next panel about talking to your kids about extremism and anti-Semitism. We want to thank you very, very much.
visitors, on behalf of the Islamic Synagogue, here at the Southern Michael I'd like to present to Ambassador James Ford for your dedication and commitment to countering anti-Semitism. I'd also like to present you, Ambassador, the importance of your commitment to countering anti-Semitism. A beautiful photo with beautiful commentary that you can read with your family this Wednesday night. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go straight into the next panel, so we ask you that you please stay in your seats so we can go for the final panel of the program. Moderating the panel is the founding Rebbitzin and director of the Hebrew School of the Palm Beach Synagogue, my mother-in-law, Amy Shiner. Please, everyone, find your seats so we can get started.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Amy Shiner, and I'm the director of the Palm Beach Synagogue Hebrew School. I'm honored to present our panel of extraordinary educators and professionals to talk about discussing anti-Semitism with your children, and if I may add, grandchildren as well. We hope to share with you insights, and take-home tools on effective ways to talk to your children and grandchildren about this important and unfortunately timely topic. Dr. Jenny Frumer is the director of NOW for the Holocaust Survivors Initiative at Morse Life, and she's the co-founder of the International Center of Multi-Generational Legacies of Trauma. Dr. Frumer has worked with individuals and families for more than 40 years, specializing in issues of multi-generational trauma. Dr. Iris Kiner is a licensed psychologist and the Behavioral Health Program Director at the Albert Jewish Family Services. Dr. Kiner has over 13 years of experience in clinical psychology. And Lauren Klein is a master teacher, social worker, and the founder of Zen Hippo, offering early education, wellness, and mindful play for ages 0 to 3. Lauren has over 15 years of experience working in education. Thank you so much for joining us. I look forward to a wonderful conversation. I think we'll start with Dr. Kiner. From your work with children and parents, I know you're focusing on workshops called Feeling Safer in a Scary World. How do you suggest parents discuss specific acts of and attitudes of anti-Semitism with their children?
I think the conversation needs to start here. It needs Mike.
Hello, is this better? And if I may add, what does this conversation sound like with children of different ages?
So really the conversation needs to start before any sort of act occurs. We need to be educating our children about their culture, their history, their faith, and why it's important. And then when something occurs, something arises, it's not a conversation that just comes out of nowhere, that why are we talking about this and I don't, it's uncomfortable. It's an ongoing conversation that we can then foster and grow with our children as they age. And so you asked, what does it look like throughout the ages? I mean, we have to keep in mind, you know, age does not equal maturity. So a 9-year-old and 2 9-year-olds side by side may not warrant the same type of conversation. So we need to know our children, know what they're capable of understanding, and consider our language is really important. Because, you know, preschool age children, they may hear something. You know, an example, I had a client who had heard that somebody had a heart attack, and they thought that an actual person had come to attack their heart. So we have to think, like, younger children are going to take things very literally. So how are we communicating with them? What is the language we're using? As children get older, you know, there was a conversation that I was reading about where a teenager was asking a question about, can I listen to a certain person's music now that they've said certain things against my religion? And, you know, you could easily give a yes or no answer, but is that really going to be helpful to your child? This is an opportunity to really open up that conversation. Ask them, you know, well, why would you even ask that question? Let's have a dialogue about it. Why are you thinking about this? How does it make you feel? So there's a lot of different things we can consider depending on the ages. Like I said, language is really, really important, and to really consider the maturity level of the child.
The point that you mentioned that it's not the age, it's really the child. And it's up to the parents to determine how much that particular child can actually take. You know, small doses is always best because you can always add, you know, but sometimes as adults we think that children need more than they actually do. So it's really tailored to each child. Thank you.
Right, and to add to that, you know, sometimes it's really important to ask your child what they know before you start speaking. There are a lot of different conversations that we have with our children, and it's important for us to prepare for those conversations, but sometimes we as adults are thinking a little further than they are. So we need to ask them, what do you already know? What do you want to know? And let them lead the conversation.
It reminds me that I was cooking dinner, and my son, who was then at Uzziel, and he was just about 10 years old, and he came to me with this first question about growing up, and I froze inside. And then I gave a very basic answer, and he was happy with it. I was like, oh, and he walked away. I was like, no, that was easy. So we tend to overthink it.
But what's important in what you did by asking him and answering it was you let it know that it's okay to ask me a question. You didn't turn him away. You didn't say, oh, wait, we can't have that conversation. You allowed for it. And he was, okay. And now I know next time I can come back. And that's the important piece.
Thank you so much. Dr. Frommer, and the Morse Life Holocaust Learning Experience, I know that it's focused on impacting youth, especially children from 5th to 12th grades. How does this program aim to reduce prejudice, hate, and bigotry among children?
This year at Morse Life, we created and launched what we're calling our signature educational model, which is through the Holocaust Learning Education experience. And what it does is it teaches lessons from the Holocaust. So we have bundled a teacher's resource guide as well as pre-recorded video, which is very multi-sensory because we know children like to see things moving. So it's documentary style where we have some history about the Holocaust. Then we talk about the lesson from the Holocaust, and it's bundled with testimony from the Holocaust of a Holocaust survivor talking about their experience. So for example, if the lesson is about bullying for younger children, or bias and prejudice for older high school children, students, of public schools as well as youth in any capacity, then they are hearing from a Holocaust survivor pre-recorded documentary style testimony about their experience related to the topic of the lesson. And it comes with a teacher's guide. We know, and particularly in Florida, we are already in 5 counties. We have incredible interest from around the country of school districts and school board members who are really interested and have introduced us to their superintendents. And the question is why? Why are they so hungry for this kind of bundle? Is because while there are institutions, the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, Yad Vashem, even locally in Florida, Herbst and other museums and other institutions, FAU, they're doing a fabulous job teaching teachers how to teach the Holocaust. And they're also providing some content for students, and we should never stop doing that. The gap, however, is that many teachers, educators, will never be able to avail themselves of the opportunity to be trained. And we also know many teachers are not interested, as well as those who are fearful of this content and material. So this is sort of a plug and play. That's an educational term, right? Plug and play. It's turnkey. Teachers get the resource guide that has the resources for them to focus on critical thinking with students. It gets them to really do reflective thinking about values. So, to your point, the way we can mitigate hate and bigotry is by really helping educators bring these plug-and-play lessons into the classroom bundle so that they don't have to create their own lesson plans. And it really focuses on equipping students on how to think about being an upstander and not a bystander.
Thank you very much. So, moving to Lauren, in terms of, I know that you work with ages of 5th to 12th grade, and Lauren, you concentrate on early childhood. When is the right age to start having conversations about anti-Semitism and the like?
So it's a bit of a trick question, and you spoke to this as well, but it's really about readiness and curiosity, and there's never a right or precise time. Those conversations can happen as early as 2, 3, 4, 5. Just 2 days ago with my husband, we had some conversations with my 5 and 7-year-old, and I was really amazed at the questions they asked, and very much about being an upstander. My 5-year-old, after hearing a little bit about some of the horrible things that have happened, and a little bit of conversation on anti-Semitism, a little bit about some of our ancestors who are survivors, said, did anyone help? Did anything good happen? So I think it's really remarkable, their capacity at so many different ages, but like you said, to really let them lead, to first, get yourself regulated, take a deep breath, not jump to give them every bit of information that you have, but to really figure out what is your foundation, what do you know, what do you want to know, let them lead the way.
So what resources can families use to facilitate this conversation?
So first of all, I think utilize your grandparents if you have them, if you're blessed to have them. Utilize community resources like your synagogue, like your teachers. I'm so happy to hear that there's this amazing resource, because I know as a classroom teacher, you're often thrown in there without much of a curriculum at all. And also books, children's books. So I know we're going to talk a little bit about PJ Library. They have a really great resource that actually walks you through the conversation, how to have it, when to have it, so much of what we're talking about today. But books, whether they're specifically about Judaism or not, are a really great foundation for conversation, whether there's a loss, a trauma in the family, or just social emotional learning books about kindness. So I think to anchor this in conversations about, again, being an upstander, how to be a good friend, how to be a good sister, a good brother, it gives you a foundation to have conversations about harder things. When you see in your classroom community or in your synagogue or in your neighborhood, something that's happening that troubles you, you have the ability to have those conversations more easily.
In terms of resources, as a director of the Hebrew school, I feel that when children learn about their Judaism, we just came off the heels of Purim, so they learned about Haman. Now we're teaching about Passover, we're learning about Pharaoh. So just through osmosis, they learn that there is evil, unfortunately, in the world, but ultimately, we survive and we prevail. And when they have that Jewish education, they have the confidence because they know who they are, why they do things, but they have the information to know that they're Jewish, they're proud of it in a joyful way. And yes, there is a Pharaoh, and there are the Greeks in Hanukkah, and the Haman and Purim, but like in small doses, they learn about these holidays, and then when they get older, they recognize, yes, that unfortunately there is evil in the world, but for the most part, people are kind and good. Dr. Kiner, we hear so much about anxiety in children and ways to help them cope. When does a parent have to be concerned about their children expressing fear and being scared? And is there a normal manifestation of anxiety in children related to threats of anti-Semitism?
I think the first thing to keep in mind is that anxiety is a normal emotion, an emotion that we all experience. If we think about it, back in the caveman days, that if a saber-toothed tiger came in front of you and you were not scared, you were not alive anymore. So we have to manifest. The anxiety tells us something is wrong, something is not right. And so if we're able to recognize that fear, anxiety, worry, and keep it at a level that allows us to act, to do something, then that's a productive anxiety, if we want to call it that. Now, where it gets to another level is when we find that our anxieties are hindering our day-to-day. They're not allowing us to function or do the things that we would normally want to or need to be doing to function at home, school, work, wherever it may be. So those are times when we may need to reach out for additional resources like Jewish Family Services or another organization or a therapist that may be able to help you to navigate some of those concerns with your child or yourself. But it's important to keep in mind that, and I tell my clients this all the time, when they come in with anxiety, my goal is not to eliminate your anxiety. Our goal is to learn how to manage it, how to cope with it, how to work with it. And I think that's a really important piece to keep in mind.
So that's in terms of children, but how about parents? So if children pick up on their parents' fears and anxieties, what can parents do to help minimize their child's fear of becoming a target of anti-Semitism? Because, children sense, it's unbelievable. Like, I could be feeling sad, and outwardly I'm fine, but my son will come over to me and just give me a hug. And it happens all the time. He senses it, and I'm like, wow, this kid knows. It's shocking, and it happens almost every time when I'm feeling a little vulnerable or scared or emotional, and I don't show it, but he'll hug me. So they pick up on our anxieties and our fears.
They do. They know it. They're watching us with blinders on. And I listen to my daughter every so often, and I hear her telling stories verbatim what I have told it like an hour or two ago or a day or two ago. So we have to be mindful that they are watching, they are listening, they are really paying attention to what we are doing, what we're saying, what we're not saying. And so the first thing is to be honest with yourself and to really be mindful of how are these things affecting you and how are you coping with them. Because if you're not, then again, your children are going to pick up on that. I often mention to clients a lot that it's important to use these opportunities as teaching opportunities because, again, like I mentioned before, anxiety is a normal emotion. Anger is a normal emotion. Sadness, joy, they're all emotions that we should be experiencing. The challenge is when we don't like the emotion and we may not know how to navigate through it. So a lot of times, I even use this in my personal life, if I'm not feeling happy, I might say, I'm feeling sad today, so I need to go lie down or take a bath. So two things happened there. One, I identified the emotion, I said what it was, and two, I told my child what I'm going to do to help myself through it. And I think that that's really important because so often they may see, but they don't see how you help yourself, so then they don't know how to help themselves.
Right, perhaps if we don't share how we feel, then they get even more scared because like, oh, it's so scary that she's not even talking about it. Yeah. But, for Lauren, I just have a question because of what happened yesterday in terms of our children, our fears as parents sending our children to school and our anxieties regarding that. When there are news items involving hate and violence, like yesterday's school shooting in Tennessee, How should families monitor media exposure, and how should parents address it with their children? How do we protect our children? It's all over.
Yeah, I grew up with the news on in the background all the time. New York One, I grew up in New York. Was
You give me
sort of
22 minutes, I'll give you the world?
Yes, yes. It was sort of running all the time, and I think things are maybe a bit less sensationalized, and there wasn't the same sort of 24-hour news cycle there is today, but it's very easy to sort of forget that they're always listening, that they always hear what's going on. So it's really important to shut the TV off, control the conversation, and then also social media for kids who are a little older and who have access. There's so much discourse about Israel, about firearms, about all sorts of things. So really having eyes on what they're looking at, and influencers, people that they might really respect, are coming out with lots of political opinions, and that's something to really consider as your kids engage in social media. But as far as having the conversation, I think again, it turns to readiness and developmental readiness. But first, I think you need to get regulated yourself. Take that deep breath. Think about how you're feeling about it, and be prepared to acknowledge those feelings to your child. And then to start again with the foundation of, you may have heard, or what have you heard, before you start giving them lots of information. And then give them some facts. You don't have to get into every detail. You give them some facts and then pause. Wait to see how it lands. Wait to see what questions they have, and then you sort of move from there. But yes, I know there's a lot of anxiety running through parents right now, and kids, like you said, they're natural empaths. They pick that up. So I think it's really important that first you're prepared to have the conversation and be honest with them.
I also feel that when we do have times of stress like this, that we can do something positive, empower them in a positive way. So for instance, like in Hebrew school, when there was a war in Israel, we wrote letters to the soldiers, or we sent Purim packages to the soldiers. So yes, it's scary, there's a lot going on, but what can we do in a positive way? And it gives the children a lot of control. I feel like it's positive empowerment, they're doing something, and it kind of transforms the narrative into something positive, and they feel more in control and understand.
Right, I want to add to that in the sense of, control, and, a lot of times we feel out of control, and it's, when we talk about watching the news, how much is that actually doing for us? And what is it doing to us? I think about it when a hurricane is coming. There are certain times of the day that they update us on what's going on. But what's going on in between those time frames? A whole lot of nothing. They're just repeating it over and over again. If we're sitting there watching it all day long, we're just going to continue to raise our anxieties. So rather than sitting and watching TV, I don't have control over how big that storm's going to be, where it's going, how it's going to hit, but I do have control over if I put my shutters up. I have control over if I have a generator, if I leave town. So how can I separate, what I do have control over, what I don't? And I think it's really important to consider those things, because it helps manage our anxiety rather than sitting in front of the TV all day long where we can't do anything.
And really turning the narrative around. I mean, the situation can't change. Like, I think my children will tell you that they loved hurricanes because all the ice cream in the freezer melted, and we didn't have electricity, so we had this ice cream party with melted ice cream. And they look back and they say, remember that hurricane? It was so much fun. We ate all the melted ice cream in the freezer. So us as parents and grandparents, we have it's within us to take the narrative and change it, be it through positive empowerment, or turning it around to melted ice cream, whatever it is, to change the narrative and make it into the best situation possible. Dr. Firmer, just want to go back a little bit as we go back to the concerns about the type of education that Holocaust education brings, and the material and the content. Are there concerns that parents and educators may have about this material? It's very graphic, and as many times as I've been to to Yad Vashem, every visit, I know the rest of the day is going to be ruined. Like, I have a pit in my stomach. I know eat before because I'm going to lose my appetite after. And it doesn't matter how many times I've been to that museum. So are there concerns from teachers and educators about the content?
I think that we should always be concerned about how we present information and material and content about the Holocaust. And all of these bundles are age grade appropriate. So it's on a learning management system, so an 8th grade teacher would not be able to show anything to 8th grade that is really a high school lesson. Also, because these bundles are really scalable, we know that we love to bring Holocaust survivors and second-generation survivors, those who were children during the Holocaust, into classrooms so that they can have a personal interaction. But our survivors are aging, except for health. Our survivors are aging, and it's not always possible to do that. And so, yes, there is very graphic information, but part of our team consists of an instructional curriculum developer, and she's an award-winning Holocaust educator. And her role in creating these bundles, these lessons that are scalable and can go into Dixie County, which is, how many of you know where Dixie County is in Florida? Exactly. There probably is not one Jew there. There's Suwannee County. So being scalable, being accessible, being able to be plug and play is so critical. But we've also made sure that it's really age-appropriate content. And I would say that we're very fortunate in Florida. Florida is one of 23 unfunded mandates, statute-wise, to teach Holocaust in the public school sector. And that's 76 school districts in Florida. The governor is in favor of us doing this. And we've been already, as I mentioned, in 5 counties. So I think that it's so important that because there's standards as a mandate, it's helpful, and it's also going to allow for accountability. And it's this year now, which is why it's always great having a conversation with Michael, because Michael has always said, we need to do. You know, where is the action here? And we have this, and we've launched it, and it's ready to go. And to your point, I cannot say that there won't be pushback, but we also are hoping that students will take information back to their families as well and teach them.
Lauren, what is intergenerational trauma, and how might it play a role in how families discuss anti-Semitism?
So intergenerational trauma is probably a term many people in this room are familiar with it, and it's the idea that the same way traditions or genetics can be passed from generation to generation, so too can trauma. And when I was growing up, I thought a lot about this because my grandparents on both sides are survivors, and I saw so much how it impacted the way they were raised and how it impacted the way that my parents raised me. And there's a big movement in the parenting world about sort of reparenting yourself and really thinking about how you were raised and making very intentional decisions in how you raise your children. And the reason I think considering intergenerational trauma in your own family before you have these conversations, it allows you to think about your own triggers. How are these conversations managed in my home? Were they silenced? Were they welcomed? Or was there a flood of information? Did they write it and put it in a lockbox? Because when you have that in your mind, then you're more prepared to think about what it's going to look like with your own children, and hopefully, you know, healing some of those wounds. And I would just add one thing, that for my family, when I would hear these stories, and on one side there was a lot of silence, on the other I kind of heard different siblings handled it differently. But for me, it was really a tale of resilience. And it made me feel really proud to be Jewish. And it made me able, in the face of anti-Semitism or adversity, to have my Jewish identity as an anchor. And I'm really hoping that other families can have that as well.
Yeah, when we were talking about it, I was actually thinking about it, like what's my trauma, you know, in terms of my parents. And, you know, I heard so much about Stalin from my father and my grandfather, and the British Mandate from my mother. And I was like processing, putting myself into, like, as a child, listening to all that and how it affected me, just from our conversation yesterday about the trauma that intergenerational trauma, you know, has on us. What is is the role of grandparents in the anti-Semitism conversation with their grandchildren? Because I know there's a lot of grandparents in this room, and I kind of want to bring it back to kind of more practical solutions and tools to how to, as grandparents.
Well, and again, with any conversation that may be difficult, I think it's important to connect with the primary caregiver to just understand where they're at and what they already may or may not have done. And just so that we're all on the same page, I would have that same conversation with two parents, whether, they're married or not. The most important thing is for everybody to be on the same page, having a similar conversation, because we want our children to see us as a united front and to have an understanding that I can go to any one of these people and talk about it. And grandparents obviously have a longer history, have more knowledge of certain events that may have occurred prior to the birth of the child's parents. So there's a lot that grandparents can bring to the table, but I think it's important to include the primary caregiver so everybody's on the same page and the child doesn't get confused or there's no discord between family members.
For children who are blessed to have grandparents, it truly is a blessing. And somebody pointed out this article, this New York Times article from 2013 that I really suggest that everyone read. It's called "The Stories That Bind Us." And are you aware of that article? It's an article by Bruce Feiler, and he reported on research into children's resiliency and their ability to deal with stress from knowing the stories of their parents and their grandparents. And it's research finds that children who knew a lot about their parents, and so the more that they know about where they come from and the stories of their grandparents, the better. And it says that these children tended to do better than other children when they face challenges, proved to be more resilient and able to moderate the effect on stress, had a stronger sense of control over their lives, and had higher self-esteem. Because from their family stories, children gain insights into how to deal with situations that they encounter in their life. Oh, Zadie or Bubby or Grandpa, he went through things much worse than me. I can do this. I can do hard things too. It's very important to have that kind of chain, Lador Vador, from generation to generation. I just want to end with one question for all of you today. I'm going to also thank you so much for taking the time to be here, to share your insights. And my question is, if we can take home one take-home tool to really implement in our lives with ourselves, our children, our grandchildren, what would be one tool that we could take home from today's conversation, like a practical tool, take-home tool? Should we start with Iris? Yeah.
The same one take-home tool, but
You could do two, if you'd like.
I guess I would say, when having conversations with your children, allow them to lead the conversation, and also to be mindful of not trying to eliminate anxiety. Allow it to drive you, allow it to motivate you, allow it to cause change. And I think that those are some really important things to take home and keep in mind.
I would say anchor your family in kindness and in inclusivity and introspection. Whether it's through books, whether it's through daily conversation. At our dinner table every night, we share a high, a low, and a mitzvah. And I really believe that having that language from an early time in your life prepares you for these harder conversations.
I would reflect on what Lauren said about pause. I think pausing is such an important part, and we have forgotten, generally speaking, how to do that, because it allows for that space for all of this to occur. And I would also focus on resilience, especially in the face of adversity, and that's really what we're trying to, through lessons from the Holocaust, engage children in really being more tolerant, equipping them with ways to be more civil
Also to engage our children in the Jewish community and in Jewish education. It doesn't have to be full-time Jewish education, it could be Hebrew school as well, touting Hebrew school. But if a child knows where they come from, who they are, where they're going, why they're Jewish, what it means to be Jewish, how to celebrate, where, when, how, what, they have such a sense of being a Jewish person. Like when they encounter anti-Semitism, they're equipped. They know, oh yeah, been there, done that, heard about it, read about it, we've been there. We have the tenacity to get over this. But if a child doesn't have that Jewish education, it's very difficult. It's actually probably very confusing to them. Like, why do people not like me? How am I different? But if they know how they're different, they understand how they're different in a good way, they're equipped to handle these stressors that come their way throughout their lives. So thank you all for listening and for joining us. And thank you so much
In terms of engaging the conversation, I know we alluded to PJ Library. They were so kind to give us some books that really do foster these conversations. So if anybody's interested, I have some books that you can take.
And there is also an article on your tables from PJ Library about discussing these concepts with your children.
And I have to give it up to Deanie and plug the Hebrew school. Deanie knows how to create Hebrew story. There's no question. My kids would march around the neighborhood, I'm Jewish, because they're so proud. And like you said, those stories give them an anchor and a reference point to say, oh, this has happened in the past, and we've survived. We're resilient. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Iris. Thank you all. Have a beautiful afternoon.
Thank you all for joining us today. We're just going to present some gifts to our panel, and just a short story that actually happened a few weeks ago. A parent in the Hebrew school came to me, and when I mentioned about this discussion, they were like, oh yeah, it's interesting they're having this discussion, because when I go to Publix with my kids, they're singing, I'm a Jew and I'm proud, and I'm singing it out loud. So you can imagine how the parents feel when everyone turns their head. So thank you all for being here, and on behalf of the synagogue, we'd like to present something. A beautiful Haggadah to take with you for Passover.
Dr. Jenny Frumer, for your dedication and commitment to countering anti-Semitism. Presented to Lauren Klein for your dedication and commitment to countering anti-Semitism.
My wife's show. No, you're the one.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for attending. I just want to say a few brief thank yous before we disperse. First of all, a big round of applause to Michael and Nolan Greenwald, the cheers of today's Anti-Semitism Summit. And this year we've expanded it with a dinner tonight at 6 o'clock. It was a wonderful meeting at a coffee shop that sparked this idea. And you know, as a rabbi, a lot of people give me good ideas. There's no shortage of good ideas. But he actually executed it together with Nolan. So they deserve the biggest round of applause. I don't think there are too many communities in the country that do what we did today. And it's thanks to you, and I hope other communities do the same. A big thank you to Rabbi Schneur Minsky for organizing the summit for the second year. And Rabbi Minsky arrived last year in February, and in March he organized it together with Michael and Nolan, of course. So Yasher Koach for organizing this wonderful event. I want to thank the Colony Hotel, Bruce Siegel. I don't know if he is in the room right now, but the Colony Hotel grants us this space gratuitously just to support our cause. So a big thank you to Bruce Siegel and to the Colony Hotel. I want to give a big thank you to Sarah Dworkin for all of her organization for today's event. And Stephen Schwarzberg may have left already, but I want to thank him as well because he was involved in the organization of today's event. But most important, for all of you who took off from work or golf or bridge or canaster and came here today, give yourselves a big round of applause. On behalf of Palm Beach Synagogue, I'd like to present a Haggadah for next week's Passover Seder. One for Michael and one for Nolan. And I have to tell you something interesting. I've never seen this before. First, let me give Michael his. Thank you, Michael, for all of your hard work in organizing this. By the way, planning for next year's summit starts tomorrow. So yasher koach to Michael for his work. I've never seen this before, a Haggadah written for women, Eshet Chayil, and you are truly a woman of valor, supporting your husband in all of his endeavors. This is for you, Nolan. I know Nolan's parents are here today, so give them a round of applause for raising such wonderful children. Thank you all, and for those who are coming to the dinner, we'll see you 6 o'clock at the synagogue.
Sure.